Hello and good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. How are you doing today? I see Chewy out there. Hey, Free Heathen, how are you doing, sir? Doing well? It's good morning. I think I'm already about halfway through my coffee. So, hey, Chewy, things are going great. Things are going great. Yeah, exactly. Hey, Jerry Switek, how are you doing, sir? Yeah, I got up this morning and I realized I was out of coffee pods for the Keurig, so well, let me rephrase that. All I had was decaf, and that was not going to work today. Hey, Rolls17, how are you doing? So I had to make a quick Dunkin' run this morning to get fueled up a bit. So I have a feeling we'll run a little bit long. So hopefully my loving spouse will be nice enough to grab me some coffee later on. Maybe. Let's see. So have I made anything fun lately? Well, funny you should ask. Um, had it muted. Oh, that stinks, Chewy. Yeah, definitely need. I don't do energy drinks anymore just because a lot of them have way too much sugar content, and my doctors kind of frown on the energy drinks. Most of the time, my coffee is half half high test and half decaf. So if I make a Dunkin' run though, it's full on high test. So yep. Yeah, definitely. That's my one weakness is coffee though. Yep, for heathen. That's my Polymaker logo. That's one of the things I did quite a ways back. Was I'm not sponsored by Polymaker or anybody at this point, but I do buy an awful lot of Polymakers. So if anybody's got the hookup with Nick, throw my name out there. It'd be great if I could start getting some support there. Um, oh, thanks for the follow, Free Heathen. I appreciate that. Yeah, definitely make sure that you follow the channel here, as well as uh, do the little notification button so that you get notified when I am coming online. And yes, for you, and I will reach out to you definitely. Pure caffeine citrate. Oh, believe it or not, I actually last weekend after the stream when my parents were here, we went out and ate lunch, and then they wanted to go by the local nursery that we have here and look at some plants. So I wound up buying, I don't know, a dozen or so plants, one of which was pineapples, and the other one was a coffee plant. So maybe in about, I don't know, 3 years or so, I'll actually have a coffee plant that's producing enough that I can, I don't know, one day at least brew a cup of my own coffee. Um, this is the way. Discord and subscribe. Um, yeah, I don't have a Discord just yet, so I'm going to have to try and get that going here soon. Is starting to get a Discord together. Right now, I'm just lurking in everybody else's. So I'll have to talk to my buddy Evil Diesel and see if we can't get a Discord set up and going. So the BugBoo, and let me flip the camera around so you can get a better view. So the BugBoo is up and active. Um, Later on in the stream, I will, when we go to take this down and move on to the other big surprise of the stream, I will turn it around and I will show you the electronics. Um, I did clean up a lot of the wiring, as you can see. Got a little wire wrap going on here. There have been a couple of changes as well in the fact that I took out the E3D V6 hot end, and I figured, okay, I'll need to get a larger or a longer hot end assembly because the E3D V6 was not allowing me to get the BL Touch mounted at a decent enough height. I had to choke it up way too high. Um, Gotcha. Yeah, I'd love to have a Discord setup. So if you wanna help make that a reality, that would be great, sir. Um, so what I did was between the last stream and this stream was I went online to one of my favorite retailers by the name of Amazon, and I now have the standard CHC. I have a like the volcano size CHC that I can attach to an E3D V6 or anything that takes an M6 heat break threading. And then I have what I have on here now, which is a Dragon Ultra High Flow hot end. So basically, same setup, similar to a volcano block. So rather than the block being horizontal, it's vertical. Awesome, Chewy. Thank you so much for doing that for me. So now I've got the longer extended hot end, which allowed me to then mount the. Let me switch a couple of things around here, and I'll see about bringing this a little bit closer to the camera so you can see what I'm talking about. So we're now rocking a Dragon High Flow here, but it also allowed me to get both screws in and drop the BL Touch mount down some so that we can uh, get better, uh, more clearance and better height for it. Oh, thanks a lot for Ethan for tweeting that out. That is awesome. I appreciate it, sir. Um, so now we've got everything set up. The other thing I did that's kind of hard to see here was the E3D V6 or any groove mount always has the press fit fitting um, for a button tube coupler, and the way the current mount setup rolls, there's no. It basically surface mounts the groove or the grove mount. Okay, which means you've got a about the thickness of an M3 nut that sticks up. So you have two options. You can take that press fit fitting out that holds the bone tube secure and flush mount the Sherpa Mini directly to it. Or what I just did here was I left that press fitting in, and that definitely keeps the little bit of bone tube that you have between your heat break throat and the bottom of the Sherpa Mini guide from being able to move up and down, so you can't get a jam in there, right? So what I've got now is on each side there is an M3 nut between the top of the classic mount that holds the hot end and the actual Sherpa Mini. So that allows me to have the give me 1 second and I'll grab the prop real. So what I'm talking about, Rolls, is this press fit fitting right here at the top. Without that, there's nothing that holds the bone tube secure, so that bone tube can move around, and thus the path for the filament down into the throat of the heat break can get off, and it becomes hard to feed. Right. Yeah, and that BL Touch mount will help if somebody's using a standard E3D thickness or length hot end rather than a volcano or a longer hot end. But yeah, if we can, I'll say countersink the groove mount a couple of millimeters, that would be great because then the Sherpa Mini or the Hummingbird or whatever use can still mount directly to the top of the printed part and you'll get that good compression fit. But otherwise you have an issue where you have to pull this compression fitting out that holds the Bowden tube. But as soon as you do that, that Bowden tube has room to move around in the top in the groove mount. So that's something that definitely needs to be addressed. And like I said, the easy fix is just add some M3 hex nuts between the Sherpa Mini and the mount, and boom, you're good. So that's an easy fix without having to change the printed parts. Or you can just change the printed part and it makes life easier, right? And so far, I did go through and clean up all of the wiring coming from the hot end. I have not cut the motor wires to length yet. I still need to do that. I didn't want to set up here and continue to crimp. The other thing is I think I may have mentioned it last stream, but yeah, my 1100 millimeter belt did come in just in time to be completely useless for this build unless I go through and redo the Z-axis, which I do not want to do. Another thing that's really, really critical that will probably need to be mentioned. I started off making all the mounts, thinking, okay, they'll be nice and level, and everything will be true between the 3 lead screws if I have them all the way down at the bottom when I belt it. That is not true because the thickness of the front mounts and the back mount are different because the back mount goes around a 2020 extrusion. So one thing you need to add a note on, Rolls, when they do the belts for the triple lead screw is make sure that you don't have a bed on and that all 3 of your lead screw mounts are all the way at the top. Make sure that all 3 lead screws, the bed mount, are buried at the top. Then do your belts because that will make sure that all 3 of the tops where you're going to mount the bed should be at the same level plane. That drove me nuts off stream because I couldn't adjust the 4 corners well enough to get the bed. Mind you, this isn't a thin Ender 3 bed that's probably already pre-worked, flat enough. So, oh, awesome, Chewy. So your belt should be here. Yeah, the front. So once again, the thickness of the bed mount pieces, these pieces here in the front, are different than the thickness in the back. So if you try and bring them all the way down to the bottom and then do your belt, they're going to be off. So you need to make sure that those bed mounts are all the way to the top and buried against the top mount when you put your belt on. Then all 3 of your bed mounts will be as close to level as you're going to get, and then you can make it up with your bed springs. And since I do have a little bit more, let me see if I can turn this around some. and we'll flip it around to the front camera, which is still way too high. All right, so I will show the electronics later on when we're kind of done here, but I did want to get a print started on here. I spent a lot of time over the last day trying to run some tuning and do my these right here. We're setting my I'll spit it out here in a second. Input shaping. Goodness gracious. When I first started, I was getting some really weird waves that you can see here. And these are just way out there and inconsistent. And or at least on one axis, and then the other axis, I was getting some decent ringing patterns. And I realized one of the belts had loosened up. So I retightened the belts and I started getting and by the way, when you're doing your input shaping and you're looking for ringing patterns, a Galaxy Black is probably not the filament to use. But I think I finally got my input shaping tuned in. You might be able to see, if I can get the lighting right, some of the ringing pattern that I was still getting up here on higher accelerations. So right now, and really it boils down to, I would do the automated input shaping, but all of the mounts I currently have printed off for my ADXL are for 4010 fans or other extruders. I haven't looked to see if there was one for a 3010. So if I can find one for a 3010, I'd probably mount it down at the bottom and go that way. The other place that you can mount it is potentially right at the back on the top of the extruder body, or excuse me, the X carriage, which is a large flat surface, which if you can either provision some uh, holes at the top just to allow for screw into the plastic, and maybe use like M6 or not M6, M3x6 or M3x8 screws. You can screw it directly to the plastic. That way you get a good secure mount, and then you can run your input shaping right off the back of the X carriage. I know everybody says you have to be as close as possible to the nozzle, but really it's not that bad. Yeah, we definitely need either an ADXL mount for the 3010 fan, in which we'd want to mount it down at the bottom here, or I would do it like I said right at the back top of the X carriage and just make provisions for a couple of screws right down into the top. Oh, awesome. Yeah, awesome. And the only thing I like about doing it at the top easier is one, access, and then two, because if you're going to mount it to the front, guess what? These are into nuts in the back, which this side might be easy to get to, but this side's not with your BL Touch in there. And I really don't want to be messing with my BL Touch because I believe you have to home it before you can do your ADXL because it requires a motor movement. And it's just the fact of, okay, now I've got to mess with these nuts. And the easiest way to mess with this nut over here on this side is to take the BL Touch off, which means now I've got to readjust it to get my bed level. So that would just be a pain in the butt. Well, here's the problem with leaving it attached. is how far you go forward on your bed and whether or not whatever mount will actually run into any of the belts or anything while you're doing it. So that's the other thing. There's not a lot of clearance between front of this and the belt if you're going right up to the front edge or trying to get the most of the bed that you can. But I did print a BugBoo cube, and this was before I did any input shaping or anything. And once again, black is not the best for doing test prints, but I noticed that I was getting crisp overhangs in the front, and the back was really, really rounded off. And I had to actually look at the file to see, was this an actual rounded edge or not? And it's supposed to be a sharp edge. So then I went ahead and said, okay, well, it's pushing plastic and it's pushing plastic reliably. Now let me go through and start some tuning. So I started some tuning and I started running another file, but I was noticing I was getting an ugly front corner now when I switched over to the Polyterra Gray. And the back corners are still pretty rounded off. And this is indicative of too much heat. So I was pushing too much heat into this edge. So it's a cooling issue or a heat issue. So I was trying to play around with dropping the heat and accelerations and everything. And I think I'm getting close. And you may notice this is on a rubber mat. This is um, it's a rubber or what do they call it? Landscaping tile, basically. Right. So what I do for some of my printers is, well, actually, most of my printers are on at least one of these, and or one of these, and then a concrete landscaping tile. And that's definitely going to be necessary when you start kicking this up, because when I was doing my manual input shaping, I came out with like 3,500 for accelerations, and this thing was rocking to the point that one of the safety pegs that holds my bench together actually popped out. So yeah, because there's no rubber feet or anything provisioned for these. Hey, Westry One, how are you doing, sis? So I would definitely suggest. Oh, actually, I just found I have a screw that also worked its way loose on one of the legs. So I would suggest Rolls potentially getting a provision to pop in an M5 nut and add a like the rubber feet, the standard rubber feet that like Vorons use to the bottom, because that will provide some dampening than a hard piece of plastic on four corners on a surface. You know what? I may not have just tightened all these up because every single one is just a tad. So that may require me to go and redo some input shaping, but pick up my Excels just. All right, sis, we're going to be talking about this for a little bit. We're going to start a print and get a print going. Sorry about that loud noise. But yeah, we'll get a print going. We're going to start another BugBoo cube and see how fast we can kind of kick it up. Because as it is, I've already what I did was I took the super slicer profile, and I'm trying to remember, Rolls, did you say you also uploaded a Prusa slicer profile? because while you can load up a super slicer profile in Prusa slicer, it does throw a couple of errors because there's some settings that just aren't available in Prusa slicer. Sorry about my noggin. I'm going to make sure that these are all tightened up. At least as many of them as I can go, because we're going to hit sort of full send on this. And I did add a noise suppression to my OBS. But this is going to be loud, by the way. I will let you know that now. Once that 5015 fan kicks in, it's going to start getting loud. So let me know if it's too loud, and I will step back from the printer and continue to chat some, but it will get pretty loud. Hey, Royal Nomi, how are you doing this morning? Your Orca and a dedicated person. Okay, that would be great, Rolls. Yeah, because like I said, you can load a super slicer profile into Prusa slicer, but it does throw an error or two here or there. So what I did was I took, because we're using a Creality bed, I took a Creality Ender 3 setup, modified it with all of your settings, specifically for speed and accelerations, and that became my starting point. And that's kind of a methodology that I've used on a couple of my printers that use Creality beds. So I'm trying to get some of the excess gunk off. It's one thing about brand new bearings when you pack them is you will have a bunch of grease that'll pop out over time as you're running it for the first few times. And hey, Computer Medic 1911, thanks for the follow. Thanks for joining us this morning. Computer Medic, you're a different ending number on the Discord, correct? Because you're like serial number 2 or something like that. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Your son's wife. Okay, so your daughter-in-law comes in. Gotcha. Okay, you're 78 on Discord. Yeah, yeah. You need some more coffee. So go grab some coffee or something that wakes you up there. Hey, Poon Dog, how's it going? Haven't seen you in a little bit. Um, so I have this set up the same way as my other Core XYs, which it'll do a home and it'll do a bed mesh before every print. And that just ensures that we have a decent bed mesh for every print. And hopefully I don't wind up losing the side camera again. I'll switch over to the browser view real fast. And of course, it doesn't pick up. We get it on the right page so that you guys can see the browser. So we're running a temperature of 220. And I'm probably going to drop that back down. It just did a prime line. And this is Polyterra PLA. And it's a marble, was it? Marble slate gray. But you'll see over here my speeds and the flow rate that I'm getting. It won't kick up too much at the bottom just because it's short runs, so it really won't hit the speed. But this was sliced. There's that fan kicking in that I was telling you about. So please let me know how loud this is. Hey, Chewy, thank you for gifting Computer Medic a gift sub. That is awesome. Appreciate it. But print settings here. This is running a 0.6 nozzle as well, by the way. So all of my walls or my widths are set for 0.6, just like you would a boron, where you'd set it directly to the nozzle size. But my speeds here, perimeters are 250, small perimeters are 60. External perimeters are 120. Infill and solid infill are 200 millimeters per second. Top solid infill is 120. Support would be 150. Bridges 120. And gap fill are 100. So basically what I did was I looked up your INI file rules and just did a search for speed and went through and did all the speeds. And then I looked for all the accelerations and set all the acceleration settings. The other thing that you will see in here is my max acceleration is set to 3,500. For whatever reason, this is still set to 500. I'm going to crank that up to 3,500, which is the max acceleration for the printer based on my input shaping. You see? And now you'll start seeing this thing really shake and shimmy. We'll actually switch over to the other seat, and you'll see just how much this is shaking around. If I go to the max excel, and this is on a rubber mat, that's where if I add a concrete paver underneath, which is like $2.50, it'll get a lot better. So Computer Medic, once again, this is on a shaky workbench. It's not secured to a wall or anything. So it's more an issue with the surface. And I can tell that I'm already starting to get rounded corners again on this side a little bit and the back. So it really just comes down to kind of the surface that the printer itself is on. And once again, I was trying to do a manual input shaper, and I was using a black filament. I really need to do a filament that's easier to see the lines on, or just connect in and do input shaping automated. Yeah, got to hold it down. Got to provide some lower pressure to the bottom of it. And even reducing the temp, and then I looked, the temp just went up because we'll drop that temp back down some and see if I can get the back end a little bit better. But like I said, I'm still trying to fight and tune. This is really just a day or so of tuning that I'm into. And really part of what I'm looking at right now is trying to get these rounded corners a lot better on the back. Like I said, the front, I'm able to get a sharp edge, and this is just a cooling issue. So I'm trying to work the speed and the cooling. But God's honest truth, I'm probably going to kick the accels and stuff back on this, or at least the speed down on this some, because Yeah, the weight, the center of gravity. That's the other thing. There's a lot of weight at the height of this. If we could get the power supply down on the bottom, that would be better. But the issue with that is we're running the triple lead screw belt. So we really can't put anything down in the middle below the frame. And then if we put it above the frame, now we're going to impact our available height. So that's one downside of having a belted Z like this. And yeah, I am. So I'm printing fast, but I'm not getting a nice print, right? So that's where I'm going to keep playing with it, lower the accels and stuff like that, because to me, speed isn't as important as accuracy. And right now, I mean, I'm pushing. There's some flow rates popping up here above 20. So I mean, flow rates wise, I'll pop that back up here where you can see some of these flow rates that are popping in here. I am getting some good speed. But at the base, I mean, now we're almost to where we had the full square. So, just on because you're having to do some of the moves for the actual symbol or the like the BugBoo and the numbers on the back, you really don't hit your max speed or your flow rates because it's trying to jog around as it's making those moves. So it has to accel and decel too quickly. So, I mean, it just really depends on what you're looking for. Exactly, Chewy. You got to make sure that everything is secured. And as you go in those higher accel rates, you definitely have to go through and do more, I'll say, maintenance as you go around and tighten all your screws up occasionally because the faster you print, the more it vibrates and shakes, the more you'll actually back off some of these screws and bolts over time. And because you're going through plastic, you have to be careful about putting like any Loctite or something on the bolts because Loctite will interact with the plastic and cause it to go brittle and break. Exactly. And quite honestly, one of these backing out, I'm not worried about. What I am worried about is one of the M3 nuts on the back of a fan popping out and then getting into a fan, which may actually launch it through the room and break the fan at the same time. Um, I don't think the ones in the front will back out too much, but yeah, I would probably check those occasionally after so many prints, especially if you're going to try and push high accelerations and stuff. But we'll run this. Right now, I think this takes about an hour to print. And if it kept yeah, I'm running at 125% on the speed. So I actually pushed the speed up to see how quick, how far I can push it speed wise. But I'm also still seeing some rounded edges in the back and some ugly stuff in the back. So we'll bring that back down. But yeah, it's one of those things that with any new printer you have to tune it a bit to try and get where you like it. And honestly, even on my V0, my standard print setting is 80 for printer. Yeah, I prefer not to shoot a hot end out. And yeah, it's really cool to see them move and go high speed like that. And, oh, I got 25,000 accels and I did a speed benching. I'm not a speed benchy kind of guy. I'm really the, hey, does this thing print real nice or not? You know, um, because if I'm turning out prints like that, with these rounded edges and stuff, that's not going to work if you take it and try and show it off and show somebody the coolness of 3D printing and how you can use it for great things around the house. But if you show them something like this, then they go, "Oh, that is so cool! Like that is awesome!" How do I go about doing things like that, right? Or showing a practical print. Like one of the things I still need to print for my brother is it's like a half moon wrench, and it's used to for his RV for tightening down the hoses to when he goes to uh, fill his water tanks and drain the waste tank. So I got to print one of those in ABS, or I could probably do it in PLA. I'll probably do one in PLA just to make sure it fits and works, and then do one in ABS or ASA just so it'll be better. Yeah, 25,000 at 500 millimeters per second. Yeah, it'll do it, but is it really practical? And how does this sound, by the way? Because I'm now sitting pretty close. The mic's right here. How is this sounding? Is the noise suppression working pretty well, or is it kind of loud and obscene? Hey, Tro Firelight, thanks for the follow and thanks for joining us today and joining in on the chat. Appreciate you coming in and hanging out with us. Awesome. So yeah, what I realized was apparently I had a noise gate setting, which may have been a default because I've never touched it, but there was no noise suppression. And I remember somebody saying, "Hey, that printer's loud." So let me see if I can drop that filter. Okay, I just deleted the noise suppression filter. So let me see. Can you hear this now? And if not, okay, so you can hear it when I'm talking. Yeah, okay, so the noise gate and the noise suppression are doing their thing. Hey, 3D Medic Vince. Hey, Royal Nomi. What have you guys got going on today? Or you guys have anything going on for Easter? Anybody? Because I know that there's going to be a couple of streamers. If you happen to stream or watch um, Steve Builds, I know that he should be coming on, if he's not already, today. He normally streams on Sundays. Okay, cool. But I know that he was switching over to today. Um, just because of the tomorrow being Easter and a lot of people doing things with family. Yeah, I can tune out spread cycle. Well, so you can set it up to do um, to force spread cycle versus stealth chop. I believe it's just setting stealth chop to 0. Will force it to stay in spread cycle the whole time. I can tell you my Ender 3 over here in the corner, it's on rails on the X and the Y. And when I'm printing on it, I literally have to go over or look at to make sure that it's printing. Except for right now, the 60, 15, 24 volt fan that's in the PSU is making a racket. And I couldn't find the 6015. I could find 6010s and 6020s. The 6020s, because I test fitted the 6020 and it hits components in the PSU, so I can't use that. I did just get in some 6010s, so I'm going to swap out the fan on that, and that'll fix that. It's always good to figure out what fans your PSUs are running and have some spares. Some of them will run, they're all pretty much 6015s, but some will run a 12 volt fan even if they're a 24 volt PSU. Some will run 24 volt. So figure out which ones you need and go ahead and order some, because when those things start to go, the racket they make is unbearable. Not to mention when I pulled that fan out initially, the amount of, I'll say, crap and dust that was on that fan, because once again, the Ender 3 back here gets put in a Wham Bam hot box pop-up enclosure, and I print a lot of ABS with it. And I've got one of those, I have one here, one of the PSU shrouds on it, that everybody prints for their Ender 3s to try and make the fans a little bit quieter. So it restricts the airflow a bit, but the amount of crap that was on it, I mean, I've had computer fans that have run for 5 years and I've never touched. And I go in there and I've had less crap build up on that computer fan. So just know if you're running your fans in enclosures, they're going to build up crap on them, and you probably need to do some maintenance on them. Oh yeah. I get that one, Oil Know Me. My wife was asking me to go to Lowe's yesterday and pick up some more dirt. And I was like, okay, well, what kind of dirt and how much? And with the amount that she was talking about, I was like, it might be better off just to actually have a load of dirt delivered versus, having them bring, or me going out and getting 20, 30 bags of soil and then having to carry each bag back there, and just the cost. I mean, you can get it in bulk a lot cheaper than you can in bags. So if you need a couple of bags, yeah, go to Lowe's. But if you get past like 8 or 9 bags, it's better just go get it. Yeah, and you gotta love home projects. And of course, it's been raining since yesterday, so there's no outside work to be done this week, and we had no plans to really go anywhere. We're just gonna hang out around the house, maybe go and something. Yeah, definitely spending time with friends and family is a good thing to do, especially on this cold and rainy. So Thursday it was 85 degrees here. It's sunny. Thursday night it started raining. It rained all day yesterday, and it is now 45 degrees outside. So it's just cold, wet, and nasty. Um, Yeah, you can get the fanless PSUs. They are more expensive, so that's a trade-off. Um, yeah. So I can tell you when my parents were out here last weekend, they took some radishes and we pulled basically all the radishes that we had in the ground. And our beets are still going good. Our carrots have tops on them that are probably like that tall, but we always get carrots that have tops on them like that tall, and then the carrots like that tall and like thinner than my pinky. I don't get it. We've never been able to actually grow carrots decently, and I haven't figured out why. But we had some green onions that have been going since last fall. We pulled these things out, and the stalks of these green onions look like leeks. If you've ever seen what a leek looks like. I mean, the bottoms of these green onions were probably that big around. So we probably left them in there a little bit. Hey Ozzy, how you doing? So this particular printer is the BugBoo 210, and it uses a standard Ender 3 bed, or an Ender 3 or Ender 5 Pro bed, which is um, the bed size, I believe, is 235 by 235. The standard print size on an Ender 3, I believe, is 220. The standard or the print size that I have configured on this right now is 215 by 205. I could probably squeak out a little bit more. Um, but yeah, I mean, you get pretty much the standard. Yeah, it's about, I'm getting 215 by 205, and it's about 200. Oh, yeah, that's about right, Chewy. And what I did on mine is because if you mount the bed like you would a normal printer, the wires come out the back here, which happens to be right where the PSU is mounted. And the only real way of getting it through there comfortably is to run it right back where the back bed mount is, and it could pinch. I rotated the bed so that the bed wires are coming out the side here. And I currently don't have a strain relief. I do need to print a strain relief for this. Um, but the wires are coming out the side and right into the box. So there's plenty of movement room here, so it's not going to run into anything. Yeah, Mantis, something with, I mean, the print volume's fine, quite honestly. Um, I very rarely print things that are really big, and when I do, it goes on my Ender 5 Plus, which is a Mercury 1.1 4XY with a Hydra. So that's a triple lead screw, but it's triple independent lead screws, kind of like a boron trident. Um, and that's what I do my helmets on, or my D-Bot back here, which has my big, it's kind of displaying my Rocky Mountain, but this is a 300 by 300 cube print surface. But yeah, guys, I'll be going to Rocky Mountain Rep Rap Fest here in a couple of weeks. So if you wanted to get a shirt and you're going, you need to get those ordered, I think, by this weekend to be able to get them in on time. If not, they will not have these on sale at the event, from my understanding, from what they posted. So if you want one, you need to get them ordered, because they won't have them at the site like they do at Merck. Hey, John Strand, how are you doing today, sir? Thanks for joining in. Wow, we're getting quite a few people here today. Thank you all for coming out on a well, at least most of the East Coast on a wet, rainy weekend. Awesome, Royal Nomi, awesome. Yeah, so the Rocky Mountain Rep Rap Festival is in it's in 2 weekends. I will not be streaming that weekend because I will be attending. I may do some type of video on my phone and upload it, but I doubt very seriously if I'll be able to live stream from the event. I have no idea what their Wi-Fi would be like, and I'd have to do it off my phone. So we'll see. I might do some type of short live stream. I will tell you, by the way, for those who are joining in, I have done a serial video on this, and it is posted up on YouTube, and I did link it out on Twitter. This is BugBoo serial number 4. And Rolls, remind me real fast, are you doing just one set of serials no matter what size, or are there going to be different serials for the different sizes? Because there's a 210 version and a 310 version. And basically, the 210 version uses 300 millimeter extrusions, and then the 310 version will use 400 millimeter extrusions and lead screws and rods. Yeah, and I haven't been out there. I mean, that location, the ranch, is a big location, and they do a lot of things there with cattle and stuff. So I would think that they have good internet there. It's just I think they said they sold, or they sold, they have like 17,000 people registered. And this is an inaugural event. So if you got that many people there, one, the noise levels are going to be kind of crazy. And then two, just the amount of people that may be on the internet will be a limiting factor. Oh, you found a new project to start over Easter? Is that the BugBoo, Aussie? Because yeah, the files are up there, and I think he's got some new versions of a few of the files that are up there. The files for this are available on printables.com. And also, if you go to printables.com and just do a search for BugBoo, BUGBU, there will also be links to the Discord channel as well, or excuse me, the Discord server, as well as to the GitHub, which is also where all the new files, I believe, get uploaded to the GitHub first and then get added to printables.com. So you'll definitely want to go to the GitHub because that will have all the files as well. And the files, so the files are designed to be printed in PLA. This printer that you see before you, the green is Polymaker ASA green. And I did have some issues. I did get a little bit of warping on this ASA, but it was in places that I didn't think were critical for fit and finish. So I went ahead and just used them. The orange highlights that you have here, which is pretty much the hot end and the bed, are orange Polymaker ABS. And those printed beautifully in green. Majority of the printed parts here came off of my B0 back here. But some of the parts, like the idlers, were too big to fit on the bed, and they were printed on my Ender 3 over here in the corner in a pop-up enclosure. So the advantage of this over a Rook, personal preference, quite honestly, I've got a Rook. You know, I got a Rook here. It's, it's a smaller form factor. This is basically the same form factor as a Boron V0. There is newer versions or sizes that will let you go bigger. I believe there's a Rook for the 120 bed. There's one for the 180. It may be, they may have a mod for a larger size now. But this one being a larger printer and using extrusions versus being all printed will probably be a little more stable. You're using linear rods and bearings versus linear rails. Some people have a preference one over the other. They work. Linear rods and bearings have been used in Prusas forever, and in fact, the Prusa Mark IV still uses them, albeit they switched from 8mm rods and bearings to 10mm rods and bearings on the 4. But yeah, I have not followed up on the Rook because I know Rolls17, if I remember right, Rolls17 was done with the, I'll say, the Rook Mark I is a final design. He is working on other printers that will be different sizes, but the Rook as it stands is out of beta and is big. So compared to a Voron, once again, I will say that, yeah, he's finished with the Rook. For now, there are different size Rooks coming out, but there are mods, right? They're not, they're mods from Gulsifer and a bunch of other people. But the Rook's a great little printer, and I'm going to be doing some changes behind me, like the D-bot's going to come down, and something else is going to take its place in the near future. And I need to clear out some space down here and get some junk out so I can get a couple of other printers down here and quote unquote online. Because I've got 1, 2, 3 printers now that don't really have a place to go at the moment. So yeah, I'm gonna pull some stuff out from down here and redo my ad hoc storage at the bottom that you guys can't really see. To make room for a couple more printers down here, which means I also need to go and get some more of these rubber landscaping tiles and some of the concrete landscaping squares to set them up and get them a little bit more sturdy, because the bottom shelves on these racks that I have against the wall are a wire mesh. So I either can go and get some more, I think these are like 1/2-inch melamine. So I can go get some 1/2-inch MDF and put in here, or even though what I'm going to do is at least get the rubber tiles, because that'll just help with some of the noise and vibration. And then I still need to contract the electrician to come in and drop me 2 dedicated 20-amp circuits up here for all the printers. Yeah. And so this is cooking away. Once this is done, I'll pull it off. And like I said, I think, yeah, based on what I'm seeing, the black, which was printed at lower speeds, I think has come out better. And so once again, I was running this a little faster. I'm probably going to just drop the speeds back down to what I call my normal and go from there. Hey, Everything Plus Ultra, how are you doing today, sir? But the BugBoo is up and running. I am doing some tweaking on it. I will probably just mount my input shaper back here with some VHB tape and do the automated input shaping to try and get that better. But before I do that, I will get this a permanent space over here on the shelf so that it's in a better location, because this table is extra wobbly just because it's freestanding. It's not up against the wall. It's not secure. There's not as much weight on it, so it will wobble a bit more. And input shaping is going to be impacted by the amount of wobble. So I will get it over here in its planned position, run input shaping on it using the automated method. And then, like I said, probably crank the speeds back just because I want nice prints, not fast prints. And what? Yeah, I'm just going to put a tag because I did have one of my bolts here is completely loose down on the bottom because the T-nut fell off, which I can pull back up with one of my magnetized things and then screw it back in. But this print's almost done, and once it's done, I'll unload the filament and move this off, let it cool down and move this off the bench, and we'll move on to a surprise for the stream. And I'll continue working on tuning this later, but the BugBoo is up, it is live, it is active. And I will show you the electronics on this as well. Now that it's cleaned up a bit more. And by the way, everybody that, I know I said it last time, but I just want to reiterate, everybody that gave bits and gifted subs last week, thank you so much. Those really do help give me a little bit back into the channel so that I can continue to buy parts and do cool things. Like I said, the D-bot, I've got the D-bot, I've got the baby belt that we're going to take apart and rebuild. And we've got the Tilo Tarantula that we are basically going to break down and rebuild and bring back alive, because for those of you that have been around the 3D printing for a while, the Tarantula was the 3D printer. It was my first 3D printer. And even though it's been, I'll say, down and out for quite a while, I definitely need to revitalize that and get it back up and running, because it is what got me started in 3D printing, and it's been great. Definitely, by the way, if you are going to MRF, Midwest Rep Rap Festival, I will have several printers with me at that show. I will get a table. I will have several printers with me to show off some of these things. The BugBoo will probably be with me. The Rook will definitely be with me. And I haven't decided what else will go with me, but I will have 3 or 4 printers there with me. And a couple of those printers will not be coming home with me, meaning I will be most likely raffling off a couple of those printers at the show. Hey, Western One, thank you for subscribing. I don't know if that was a renewal, But thank you so much, sis, for subscribing. Yes, I will tell you that this is a Bad Batch Wrecker helmet. This was printed. Let me just go full screen here. This was printed one piece fully. And I did have a lot of support in this, but this was printed one piece. You can see my seam going right down the back there. On the D-Bot, which is a 300 by 300 by 300. So if you have a 300 cube, you can do full size helmets. You will have to possibly tilt them some to get a, especially this one, which isn't fully flat at the bottom. And you might have to get them at a 45-degree angle, but you can print these helmets. The Ender 5 downstairs, the Ender 5 Plus sized printer downstairs, which is now configured as a Mercury 1, did this helmet. And this is one piece in Polymaker bronze PLA. And this was, once again, printed one piece, sitting flat. And the blue are obviously accent pieces. The black are accent pieces over here. Sorry, I have most of it printed out. I need to do a couple of things in chrome. And I do have the brick size tubing to do the respirator pieces. This will be finished, and this will also go to Murph with me as a table display size item. This is full size, and it does fit. Right, I have a room that I can put a little bit of padding in there to raise it up, and I will have visor eye covers, and this will be done with printed parts, not painted. At least I do not anticipate painting this before I go to Murph, and this will go with me to Murph to kind of show off what you can do with 3D prints. Yeah, I will not be taking anything to Rocky Mountain with me, just because, whoops. Just because I'm flying in and I'm going to be staying with family. So, sorry, what I'm trying to do is reheat the nozzles so I can remove the filament. And then we'll let this cool a little bit. We'll pop it off and we'll show you. Yeah, and the other thing I'm going to do on the, and this isn't anything on the design rules, is my my Sherpa Mini, I use the press fit collet design for mine, and I cannot get any of my bowden tubes to actually fit into the press fit collet for whatever reason. So I have a body that allows for a sorry, give me 1 second here. I'm going to do that. Yeah, so the standard right here, that takes a press fit collet. So it's just a plastic collet that just fits in. And then you should be able to put your bowden tube in. For whatever reason, I don't know if there's some gunk down here on the bottom that needs to get cleaned out. But that press fit's not opening up to allow the bowden tube to go in. So I may just be lazy and swap it out for this design, which allows you to screw in a compression fitting at the top, like the one that I have back here in the back for my reverse bowden tube. Like I said, that's not designed against you. That is just 100% this particular print, because these are the printed Sherpa parts. The one on my Ender 3 is the SLS parts, because it's a straight mini Sherpa from LDO, and that press fit collet works just fine. So it may just be that I have to pull this off and do some cleaning of that print, because there is, you can probably see it on this one. There is some scarf from where this printed it's just like this one. You never get a circle when you print. Well, let me rephrase that. With ABS, I'm not getting perfect circles, so I always have to chase it with a drill bit or reamer to try and get those perfect rounds. But there's kind of a U-shaped part to the print that allows the bottom part of that collet to expand out as you put in your bowden tube. So yeah, I just need to fix that. And it might be easier just to put in a threaded fitting. So really, it's how lazy I feel like being. But that's on my print settings, not that. Handful of parts, money, and the empty cart. Yeah, that's my thing. Is I'm going to be taking, like I said, several of these with me to Rocky Mountain Rep Rap Fest. But beyond that, I may take an empty suitcase with me just to bring back a bunch of stuff. So, yeah, you had to clean yours as well for the bunch. Yeah, that's what I figured. Is it's just on me and my print settings. So you guys are surprised. Normally, I peel my purge lines off way before the finishes. And you will notice that this PEX is all kinds of a mess. It's got some gouges in it and stuff. This is, especially for anything that's a creality sized bed, this is what I use when I first do my tests on it, because I don't care if this gets jacked up or janked up, but if I drive a hot end into it and it's a good like texture coated PEI sheet, then I kind of cry inside. But yeah, I'm definitely going to slow my settings down, because once again, Yeah, even this front left corner, you see a lot of saggy on it, and that's from going too fast and not having enough cooling. Same thing on this corner, and then you can see this whole side here has artifacts, and this is poor cooling. This is just pushing it too fast and getting poor because this is an overhang, right? The straight sides came out nice, right? But the overhangs were crappy, and you'll notice on this one, I didn't have as many or as much crappiness. So this is just cooling, guys. This is, if this part was bigger, it may not look this bad at that speed. So yeah, that's just it. Is I'm just gonna crank it back down speed wise, and go back. I'll say go back to my normal print settings, which is what I tend to print my ABS at, in the PLA as well. I'll probably go back to my normal speeds on my Ender 3. And right now I'm just letting the hot end and stuff cool back down. Once it's cooled back down, I will turn the printer off and I'll be able to move it around and show you guys some of the electrical and stuff on this. And then we'll move on to the next part of the day. Over here so I can drop this without getting you guys seasick in the process. Yeah, that hummingbird looks really, really neat. I was also watching, is it More Layers, which is Tom Saletter's live stream channel versus his standard, I'll say scripted YouTube videos. And Tom Saletter actually lives, say in Austria. He's in the Germany area, and he drove to Prusa and actually picked up a Mark IV. And he, on his live stream, actually took the planetary gears out of the extruder. And while he was looking at that, not only is it using, so it has a tiny spur or sun gear, that's attached to the motor, and then it goes to two large planetary gears that move around in the extruder. But then when you pull that off, those planetary gears are basically moving a single large gear that's even larger than like the LGX gears. It's one big large gear. But the idler has two small groove gears. So it's actually got more contact points than I think the LGX does with its larger gears, because it actually bends the filament between the large neck extruder gear and the two smaller gears on the idler. So I cringed, and I'm sure Joseph Prusa, who was on the stream, and some of the other Prusa people were having nightmares watching him pull that extruder apart on live stream and then putting it back in and trying to stream with it. It's still printed, but yeah, I'm not sure if they really want you pulling your neck extruder apart. But yeah, CNC Kitchen is also in that general vicinity. So yeah, this is now cooled off. I know because my fan stopped, so it's under 50 degrees. So I'm going to do a software shutdown of the hose first to let my banana pie kind of go through a shutdown routine. Give it a few seconds. And I will drop the power and unplug this. Off to the side. Move that. And I will turn this around. We'll flip over the other camera. May have to adjust the angle on it some. Maybe not. Okay, great. This actually works out well. So I found a reverse Bowden mount, and I want to say it's maybe for a bear. And the nice thing is it mounts to the 2020 and then goes backwards. So it pulls that reverse Bowden mount away from the extruder. That allows me to run the filament from the back on the standard spool holder, and I got clearance from the actual fan shroud. And I mean, it's a millimeter, so it's really close. But I still have the clearance there. And you'll notice on my PSU, rather than use um, the plug mount, and I believe Rolls uploaded there's a new leg mount that has the power socket built into the foot, one of the feet, which is a good design as well. This is just a printed part that allows you to add a plug and a switch to the front. And it actually has a cutout so that you can adjust your output voltage. So there is a chance, even though this is a mean weld, that you may not be getting 24 out. It might be a little bit higher, it might be a little bit lower. So you do have a potentiometer that you can make some adjustments here if you want. Now the nice thing about this, well, is it allows me to have a plug, and it keeps it well enclosed, and it covers up the wires and everything, so there's no chance of anybody hitting the main voltage. There are parts for this that Rolls has. This is just what I chose, so this is where I deviated from the plans. It also required me to use some different bolts, and I'll say some spacer M5 nuts, just to keep this vertical. I won't get into that. I did that on the last stream if you're interested. My electronics, I am using an SKR Mini E3V3. I did clean up my wiring some. Like I said, my motor wires are still long. You see if I can't get you guys in here a little bit closer. I did clean up my wiring. I still need to switch the connectors potentially for my BL Touch probe to go over to a JST style connector rather than the standard DuPont connectors. I want to do that just to make sure that they don't pop out and I have any issues with it. Yeah, and I'm pulling power for my Banana Pi M2 from the TFT port. So I'm using 5-volt power and ground from the TFT port, along with the transmit and receive. I did braid these, twist them, just to ensure that there's no interference on this communication channel. And this also means I don't need a buck converter or anything else to drop the voltage from 24 volt to 5 volt for the Banana Pi. Banana Pi does have wireless on the board. However, it sucks. So unless, I mean, it sucks to the point people are saying, even with it sitting right next to the wireless router, they don't get good throughput. So I do have a small rubber ducky antenna that's just sitting in here right now. I may drill a hole in the side and mount it through the side just to have a more secure mount for it. And I will probably need, it does have a heat sink on it. I will probably add the cooling when I put the cover on it after I trim up the wires for the motors. I will have the fans on here to provide some additional cooling, just so that the Banana Pi does not throttle and mess with timing. Hey, KB3D Chris, how are you doing today, sir? Thank you for coming out and joining the stream today. Once again, you may not know it, but there are KB3D parts in this build. I do tend to get a lot of KB3D parts. And I know I got a lot of things off eBay for this one, but I do get some things from KB3D just because they're on the East Coast and they have fast shipping. Yes, the Banana Pi, very few sellers, even though you really do need, I'll say the rubber ducky antenna, they do not provide it. So I did go and buy a couple of these antennas because I think I bought a 2-pack of them. So just in case one didn't work, I had a built-in spare. And if I ever get another Banana Pi, I will already have an antenna for it. Yeah, definitely. And I am quite sure that actually, Chris, are you going to be at Rocky Mountain Rep Rap Fest, or are you having to forgo that one and just go to Murph? In Murph. Remember, I didn't see your logo on the shirt. Can't remember. Oh, that'd be great if you have a proper showroom, because I might have to stop by as I go up to Murph, because I'm based in North Carolina. So, I mean, it would be a fairly decent drive to get to you just for shits and giggles. But if I'm going up to Murph, I can swing that in. Okay, then I will definitely see you out at Murph again. And, you know, as usual, I will bring my wallet so you can just reach in and take however much needs to come out for whatever I grab. But we're going to move this one off the desk for the time being. Switch over to this camera, and I am going to do something real fast. We're paused, but not paused. I'm going to do something. Obviously, my mic still works. And so, if anybody's ready to clip, feel free to clip. Trying to get a selfie-made shoulder picture is kind of hard. So we had a new arrival that came in that needs to be unboxed. So this was not gifted. It was actually procured by me. But we do have a new arrival for the cave that will go over into what I'm going to colloquially call the Prusa corner. Because I'll probably have to move the mini over to that side. Either that or I'll keep all my tiny ones over on this side, get the rook, stuff like that. But we have a new party in the cave here. Yep, yep. They're in is it Twinsburg or is just Twinsburg where most of the stuff comes out of mail line? I am sure most of you have seen the unboxing videos on these, so I won't get too much into it, but did you get the standard Haribo, which is why we buy these things, right? Power cord. Get a you get a nice thank you for purchasing, signed by Joseph Prusa, which I'm sure is not a wet ink signature. But the nice thing is it has a full cheat sheet on the back, and these are 2 size. So, if you don't have one of these handy, if you have one of these handy, you can still always tell what size nuts and bolts you have. And as always, you get your nice 3D printing handbook, which is always nice to have. And inside of it, as usual, are your stickers. You have a nice set of stickers here. Kind of like the one that says not for resin. Awesome. Thanks, Chewy. And you also, as standard with their systems, you get the like the full checkout list saying that everything was okay and passed the factory. And the packaging on these are just amazing. Always packaged so well. We've got our Prusa Galaxy Black PLA, and we'll have an accessories box in here. Just set to the side for a moment. Then yeah, printer. Go ahead and pull that out gently. So a couple of things that you will see. We'll take a quick look real fast at the accessories. So accessory wise, you do get a couple of IPA wipes, as well as the lubricant and the nozzle tip to be able to repack the bearings. They come fully packed already, so you don't need to deal with that. You also get a tool bag. And this tool bag isn't just wrenches, but you also get a screwdriver and a pair of needle nose pliers. And they're decent quality too. I mean, these are not like Harbor Freight style pieces here. Filament guide, fasteners, and spares. You'll have your filament guide and your spool holder. So you need to go ahead and get a spool holder out and get that assembled and on the printer. So how many of you thought this was going to turn into a Prusa unboxing? Okay. And one thing you'll notice on these frames is you still have that nice front piece with the Prusa logo on it. But the backs are a little different. So these are now injection molded. And the backs of these now have these hexagons. And on one side over here, which will be hard for me to show you in this, I'll have to take a picture, is the stamping die that will actually tell you when this particular aluminum frame was stamped. In this case, it is, looks like October or November of 22. And I want to say Nero posted something about one of these where there's a couple that have been out there even longer. So the tooling that was put in place to start building these has been out there for quite some time. Also, the wide bed carriage is no longer cut aluminum. It is now a injection molded aluminum part. And they actually posted a short video showing that. The Delta power supply is still the same from the Mark III, or at least the Mark III's models. I believe the base frame is still the same. Once again, there's outside of the main frame piece, so the base, the aluminum extrusions and the front and back base plates are the same. The electronics box is now all metal. Okay, and the nice thing with that is, let me see if I can get the light to help me. You'll see these two little indents. One's up here, which is a large piece, and then there's a shorter one right here. These are indents that actually butt up against the 2130 stepper drive. So the 2130s are passively cooled against the aluminum case. So that is pretty nice. This does have Ethernet built in, as well as Wi-Fi behind this cover. So the Wi-Fi module is here and set up from day one. And as most Prusas come, you have your test print already on the board and a little bit of filament still in there, so you know that this has worked and it is good. The fan assembly just rotates out, and you'll have two thumb screws that you will loosen up, and your whole heat break can fall out. Well, not fall out, but you can pull that heat break out. And you'll also have a daughter board right here that you'll need to take the the connectors out of it. But this isn't a, like on the next extruder, you actually have the extruder motor driver on the board. So it is a true standalone controller board at the extruder end. So they must be doing CAN bus or something like that on it. But on this one, this is just a straight breakout board. So you still do have the umbilical that comes around and connects into the board. And then everything on the next extruder plugs into that daughter board. So it makes maintenance a lot easier for this. That was the one thing that I disliked about the Mark II and the Mark III is anytime you need to do anything to the extruder, you're undoing the entire wire loom all the way back and having to disconnect one. The other nice thing on this is rather than the board or the case opening behind the extruder, it now opens up from the side here. So all you have to do is raise your extruder, your tool head up, take out 4 screws, and you have full access to electronics from the side. So a lot of what they did to this is quality of life type things. Okay. Now you'll notice that this printed with no brim because with the new leveling mechanism, which is a load cell, they're tapping off of the nozzle. So they no longer have to do a brim to make sure that you have good first layer squish. And they will no longer be doing a purge line in the front. They will now be doing purge lines right in front of the print itself. And they will only be bed meshing where the print will be. So they won't do a full bed mesh just to do a benchy. They would just do right in front of the benchy or right in the area of the benchy, they will bed mesh. And then they will purge line right in front of it. So that reduces the amount of travel that happens. The beds, the spring steel feet are the exact same size. They just say Mark IV on them now rather than Mark III. But all of your same beds, so if you have textured beds, satin beds, and everything like that, you can still reuse them on the Mark IV because it uses the same exact bed. The only thing that's different is the bed carriage. Yeah, chewy, but it is what it is. So I will say that um, this surface is extremely smooth. That's what I love about these PPI sheets. You can still feel if you use your fingernail. Not sure if you guys can hear as I'm running my finger over this, but it these layer lines are really beautiful. This is a standard Prusa test print that they send out that's already on the bed so that you know it prints well. These do come with 0.4 nozzles out of the gate. They will have the other nozzle sizes as well. And it's very, very similar to the Revo in the fact that the whole nozzle and heat rate comes out as one. Now they will have, excuse me, they do have an adapter. I haven't seen it for sale yet. A couple of people have them now. That it will basically be the heat break that will mount to the top side of the actual heater block, and then you can use standard M6 nozzles. So you'll be able to use all your hardened nozzles from day one. All you need is that adapter break, and you'll be able to run any nozzle you want on it, whether it's a tungsten steel Undertaker Mark VI or Micro Swiss or a diamond or a ruby, whatever you have, still use it. You do have filament guides. That's a kind of a nice add-on. So you'll have your built-in filament guide here, so you don't have to go and print your own. forgot the biggest thing, the USB stick. And you do have a couple of parts that will fit in here that'll be like larger PTFE based tubing that'll fit in here. But this will literally mount on here, and then you'll use a bolt and a screw to clamp it. That will get you your filament guides. Into that. Yep. Guess I can look at the manual. But they did also switch from USB sticks to a USB drive, and it is a standard USB-A drive, not a USB-C drive. And I will say that these are ADATAs, and they look, hopefully they will act a lot better than the ones that came with the Prusa Mini. At least on my Prusa Mini on my MacBook, it takes forever for it to release the drive. When I say go ahead and eject the drive, and it normally takes 2 or 3 tries to get that drive, that thumb drive to eject. So, and yes, Zombie, this is not a BugBoo. We finished the BugBoo in the first part of the stream. We did have it kind of rocking a little fast. The top came out super nice, but we're running too fast and we're outrunning the cooling. So I got to pull it back some and get these, get my feeds and feeds dialed in for this particular printer. I am using a Dragon Ultra High Flow on my BugBoo. So yeah, it's just a matter of dialing it in and tuning it in now. Yep, it came in 2 days ago, and it's been everything I can do not to post anything about it because I wanted to be a surprise for the stream. So it's using a single 50-15 in the back. It's a Winston 50-15 blower fan into a tri-horn. So the standard BugBoo setup. Oh, there we go. As people have noted already, the original Prusa Mark IV on here, this is not multi-material printed. These are like silk screened type stickers. I don't think they're stickers. I think they're literally silk screened on there. They don't feel like they're printed. They don't look like they have airlines like they were printed. Maybe mistaken, but obviously the front surface of this is what was on the print bed. So he obviously printed this, and since this lettering is raised, this was added on afterwards. A couple of things out of the way here. I did also order a second build plate. I ordered a satin build plate because I have one on one of my Mark IIIs, and that is a beautiful build plate. It gives a really great texture. I will open that later and add that to my build plate collection. And yeah, so Zombie, like I said, I ordered this on the first day it came out, and I did get it. Yeah, 2 days ago. Yeah, I'm gonna have to definitely dial back the speed on the BugBoo, and Sorry, I'm just going to try and flip through the manuals to see. Yeah, so yeah, I don't want to take the cover off, but this is your next extruder. So right in the middle, you've got, say, the spur gear or sun gear. You've got two large planetary gears. And then where you see these two screws at on either side, that's actually the single large tooth gear that is actually the extruder gear that pulls on the filament. And then the idler over here actually has two smaller bearings that are grooved. So you've got three contact points where you've got teeth digging in all the way around, and it kind of bends the filament through that path. Yep, I will. And here's what I was talking about. The standard nozzle heat breaks are that it comes with is like the one at the top. And then they will have the adapter at the bottom that you can order and then use any standard Mark 6 nozzle that you have in stock. It is using a 32-bit board. The electronic tie downs aren't screws and spades. It's actually going to have round hole connectors on the end, and you screw through into the terminal blocks here. Those are going to be a lot better connection with a lot less chance for things to come loose. Hoping it would actually tell me how to put the filament guide. Hurry fail. Okay, so I don't think it's going to be critical, and I can add that a little bit later. So let's get power cord and get something going here. Like I said, Zombie, I don't know if you've seen too many of the unboxings yet of these, but it does come with all the standard, the, the lubricant and stuff for maintenance, but it also comes now with a nice quality screwdriver. The wrenches are very nicely made, and a pretty decent, nice set of needle nose pliers. These are really good quality tools. Of course, it's a plastic handle, but the fact that it comes with all the tools that you'll need and they're not like junk quality tossaways. I mean, even your wrenches here, thickness of these wrenches. One, they're multiple sized. You got two different ones with all kinds of different sizes on here for doing different size nozzles and stuff. But I mean, look how thick those are. Those are some chunky pieces. Those are definitely not the little dinky stamped ones that you get in a Creality print. You're getting some good quality tools. Full set of Allen keys. Not that we need tons more of those. Yep, their bearings come very well pre-lubed, and they do provide you some lubricant, some additional lubricant for maintenance. And the printer has been test run at the factory because it still has filament sticking out the top. Go ahead and back over here. So part strip up here to be able to plug in. And we will load up the Prusa Galaxy Black, and we will start our first print on this. Turn it on and we will go through the self-test. Says, hi, this is your original Prusa Mark IV printer. I would like to guide you through the setup process. You can continue or cancel. Now, a couple of things of note. Prusa does have input shaper running on their Mark IVs in their print farm. They have not enabled Prusa, or excuse me, input shaper on the shipping Mark IVs just yet. There is not an ADXL on the tool head. There is a connector on the, I think they call it the Buddy X board, that will accept an ADXL. What I think they're going to do is they've been tuning their input shaping in their print farm, and I believe through a software or firmware update, they're going to push a standard input shaping value that will work most likely for 90% of the people that have these. People that want to tweak them will be able to tweak them. The other thing is the screen is a touch capable screen. However, they have not enabled the touch features at this time. So we're just still stuck with the clicky wheel. It says the self-test will begin. Check for any potential assembly issues. Go ahead and continue with that. Going to check the hot end fan, which is the one on the side that did spin up. And the hot end cooling fan spun up. Or the part fan and the hot end cooling fan. And the nice thing down here at the bottom is it is showing the RPMs for each one. And we'll say the footer of the screen is now user selectable. So you can go into the settings and change what displays or what metrics or parameters are displaying at the bottom of the screen. And I'm wondering if they're going to do the same thing for the Prusa Mini, if they're going to provide that capability, or if they already have provided that capability in a firmware update, where you can go in and change what displays on the screen. So it just raised up, and it's saying it's going to need our help to test the load cell on the nozzle. The nozzle is cold, and it just tells you that they're going to need you to tap the nozzle. But don't worry, it's going to be cold. So say continue. It's going to say tap the nozzle. And that's all you're doing is tapping. Oops, I tapped it too soon. So wait. Now we tap the nozzle. There we go. I kept missing the nozzle and just hitting the actual. So now it does its typical. It goes up and squares the gantry at the top. Well, and that's the thing is, since it's a load cell tap, it works on any print surface. So before, you used to have to set your live Z adjust on every single print surface that you put in there. And so they had places in the menu to go through and store different live Z adjust presets based on which sheet you were using. Now it doesn't matter. So by default in your Mark III profile, it does a brim. Or I'm sorry, not a brim, it does a skirt. And part of that is to enable you to have more time to validate the squish for the first layer. On the Mark IV, it's gotten rid of that skirt because it guarantees a good first layer no matter which sheet you have in place, because it's literally tapping the nozzle against the actual surface. Okay. All right, so now it's checking the heater. So it checked all the axes. Now it's checking the heater. Meanwhile, I'm just going to work on putting the spool. So the spool holder uses captive nuts and M3 screws. And there will be these PTFE inserts that'll go in, and then you'll squish it together so that that PTFE insert doesn't come out. And the nice thing with this is, if you've ever used a printed filament guide or whatever, the filament will abrade into it. So having this as PTFE, this will help keep it from that filament from abrading a groove into the printed part. Yeah, we'll have to see. So far, everyone that I've seen this unboxed it, whether it's Nero who unboxed one that a local patron had received, or Tom Slatter, or who have they've gotten really good first layers. So either it's the first layers are a good fluke, or it really works well. And now it says they need at least 5 centimeters of filament to calibrate filament sensor. Do you have filament? Well, yes, we have filament in there. I believe we have at least, we have 5 centimeters in there. We're gonna have to pull some out. We got about 4.5. So we'll see. We'll go ahead and say yes and see if we can use what's in there. We need to start without the filament in the extruder, so please make sure there's no filament in the filament sensor. So we just pull straight out. Yep. There we go. Clean off the end. The filament's out. Guess I could have just clicked on unload and it would have unloaded it instead of me just pulling it out. All I had to do was read the instruction, which is pretty straightforward. By the way, if any of you saw that April Fool's post from Prusa concerning hexagon filament, they actually produced some, they shipped some, and then they quickly ran out. They have restocked. I'm not sure if they still have some, but somebody did post that they were back in stock. I may have ordered a couple of rolls along with a shirt because I like the color, quite honestly. But my understanding is the tolerance is still tight enough that it prints just like any other filament, because corner to corner, it's still within the 1.75 tolerance. Oh, not a problem, Holes. Thank you so much for hanging out with us and being with us as we did our first test prints and the full build of the BugBoo. It's definitely been great. I look forward to running it through its paces. And like I said, it will be with me at Murph. I won't be taking it with me to Rocky Mountain just because I'm flying in, but it will be with me at Murph. So, and please make sure there's no filament in the filament sensor, which there is not. We made sure. We hit continue. Insert the filament into the extruder until the sensor detects the filament. Okay, we're going to take the end that I cut a nice sharp tip into. We're going to put it in. Detected. Filament sensor is successfully calibrated. Continue. Remove filament to finish. And there we go. So that's cool. Even the amount of filament that they provided you is, or that they clipped off and left, is enough. Oh yes, Western, it very much is. I'm going to be in so much trouble. But sometimes it's worth it. Okay. So I'm going to have to use the long one. And self-test okay, details below, use the knob to scroll. So it has passed all of the self-test. Ethernet cable is not plugged in. Wi-Fi connection to Wi-Fi is not connected because I have not set it up yet. Okay. So just button says happy printing. So boom, we are done there. We're back in our main menu. And if you've had a Prusa Mini, then you know what these look like. It's pretty much the same thing. What I'm going to do is get our Galaxy Black opened up and in place. I will keep futzing with this and we'll add that later. Hard to find the game in the roll sometimes. On there, and auto load is working. No weed eater line, not through this. Hey, Retro Maker TV, how are you doing today? Thanks for coming out and joining us. Yeah, so right now I've just got the one of the rubber landscape tiles that I actually pulled off from underneath the Prusa Mini. I need to go and buy a few more of these as well as some of the concrete blocks. The last time I went to Lowe's, they didn't have any of the concrete blocks. Loading PLA. So let it heat up and do its thing. But yeah, they definitely help out. Now, once again, on the Mark IV, all of the linear rods have been updated. I don't know, maybe just the Z-axis was updated to 10mm rods, and everything the X and Y are still 8mm rods. Correct. Say purge more. Make sure we get all that gray out. And yes, color is good. I'm going to say print and see what we have on the thing. We've got the limit guide, got the Robo Alpaca, 7-hour print, probably not. Rocket Engine, which is a 13-hour print, which will happen after we print something else. Dual color keychain, which requires swap. And probably another Prusa keychain. So we will go ahead and get that started. And then, yes, Zombie, I will slice a watch truck just for you and get one going after we get this going. I just want something to start printing on this while we get going here. This does have the same feature like the Mini where it will pull up the last added file that was last added to the USB stick. So that is something there. Helps just to make quick, I think they call it one-click printing, where it'll allow you to print right away. So like I said, now that we got that started, we will go ahead and bring up. They do have the Mark IV profiles available on Prusa Slicer 2.5 point whatever the latest release is, as well as the alpha builds. So I've got the alpha build loaded up. So just that. And interestingly enough, from the default, when you go to load the Mark IV, they already have profiles for the 2.5, the 4, the 6, and the 8 size nozzles. So you can just go ahead and add those ahead of time or later. Well, yes and no. I mean, they very well could have made these 10mm rods if they wanted to. So the other thing is, one, we've got the Pimp My Ride lighting already here, and you can go in and select and modify the colors here to show better um, a visual indicator like we do on borons or anything that has a clipper where you change the color based on what it's doing. That's already set up here. And you notice the purge line, rather than doing it at the front every time, it only meshed right where the print is being done, and it prints the purge line right in front of the print. So it reduces the amount of time that it's just moving around all the time. But what I was going to get at is they've got a couple of different tiers for upgrades. So you've got the first tier that just gets you the new controller. And so that way you'll have the 32-bit electronics with the new controller and new software features there. Then there's, I think it's like a 3.1 or something like that. Then there's the 3.5. No, maybe that's the 3.5. And then the next one gets you the extruder. And then there's one that gets you pretty much everything but the 0.9 stepper motors. And then the final one gets you the whole kit and caboodle. And by that point, the only thing that's not changed is the frame, the power supply, and literally the frame and the power supply. Everything else is changed. So at that point, go get a Bear frame and have a Bear Mark III and a Mark. And it's pretty much, I want to say, like $700-800. The frame is different, but not that different, Zombie. Yeah, the difference is rather than the frame being cut, it's now an injection molded aluminum frame. Same thing with the Y gantry. The actual bed gantry is different because it is now a aluminum injection molded. So I'm going to slice the swatch truck using the 0.2 millimeter quality setting with Prusa PLA default on the Mark IV with a 0.4 nozzle. That will give us the opportunity to see how well the bed level does as well on a print that's designed for checking out your clearances. That's actually a pretty good print to do as one of the first prints. File is saved out, so as soon as this is done, I'll pop the USB stick and get the file dropped over. Yep, it is printing. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. Prusa actually did add a post on Twitter. So if you follow Prusa, was Prusa 3D, their Twitter, they do have a link to the video. They may even have it on one of their YouTube channels. probably have it linked off their Discord channel, but it actually shows them pulling injection molded wide bed carriages off. So it's a really cool machine, and I believe, I don't know where they're doing it. I don't think they're doing it in-house, but they may be, since they move so much else in-house. But they're injection molding aluminum frames 2 at a time. And it's just, it sprays down and cleans out the mold, closes up, injection, injects the aluminum, cools, heat, or probably cools the actual mold block, and then pulls out and comes over and grabs it. It's pretty neat. Prusa has been investing in a lot of tooling lately. Getting ready to pretty bad when you have so many STL files that you have to get a 64 meg key just to offload them off your computer so you don't crash your computer. Yeah, they did when they were talking about the printer right after the launch announcement went on Prusa Live. They had talked about that new process and how well it has worked and how quickly they were able to ramp stuff up to the point where they had several hundred printers ready to go at launch time, and they're ramping these up to thousands a month. The Wi-Fi is standard. In fact, it did come up and say that the Ethernet wasn't connected and the Wi-Fi wasn't connected. I have not configured the Wi-Fi. No offense, guys, I'm not going to do that on stream, just because I want to make sure that I do it right and I get it set up. And then you will be able to do just like you did on the mini, and actually it'll show a QR code. You'll scan a QR code, and actually there's QR codes for the error screens. Self-test, activating. Talks about updating firmware, and I didn't even check the firmware to see if it's got the latest available firmware or not. I will do that a little bit later to see if there's a new version of the firmware that's been released, which I doubt if it's been done yet. Network connections, of course, you can plug in a network cable and it'll immediately be found as long as you have a DHCP address to give. Yeah, and the wireless is kind of the same way that it was on the mini. Make sure the USB drive is inserted. You'll select the create credentials option, which will create a blank Prusa printer settings INI file on the drive. And then you'll take that to your computer and edit that file with the text editor to put in your SSID and your wireless password. Save that file, put the drive back in, and then load the credentials off of it. And then you'll get an IP address and you'll be on the network. So it's pretty simple. I also have the notification. As you all know, I have a multi-material 2S, so an MMU 2S on on the Prusa 3S, the Prusa Mark 3S Plus on my bear, which is purple haze back here in the background right behind the spool holder. It is currently printing. I am in the process of printing several of the Murph logos, or excuse me, Murph Rocky Mountain Rep Fest logos that I will take with me. These are true multicolor prints. I do plan on getting a MMU3 just to be able to see and check that out, compare and contrast, because it supposedly has all new firmware and I believe a new board as well that allows better communication between the MMU and the printer itself. Like today, if something happens, it flashes some LED lights and it tells you on the screen that, like, hey, something needs to be done. Go check it. And it's like, oh, well, great. That's useful. And then you have to go and decode lights like the old BIOS days. Well, now it'll provide more information on the screen for the new MMU3 that will actually tell you what the fault is and what you need to fix, rather than you trying to decipher LED light code. So the big thing on the frame is from the front, it looks just the same. On the back, which you can scroll back in the stream a little bit, and you'll see that I showed the back. It has a stamped hexagon pattern, and in a couple of places, like across the top, it's the same thickness, but right here where my finger is, through the end and down the side pillars, it's thicker. It's probably so the top is a standard 6 millimeter thick at the top, even though the back still has an indented hexagon pattern. But on the side, it's now about 9 millimeters thick. So the side pillars are 3 millimeters thicker. And once again, it has a hexagon pattern, which some people have said it's not necessarily there for weight reduction, but it could be more of a need with injection molding, because if not, then the outer edges of the part may cool before the inner pieces and cause warping. So that may be something that was needed for the injection molding process to keep the part from warping. Flash codes are nice. You can use an ESP32 and Moonraker to do the same thing, but wireless. Okay, sorry about that, Julie. I'm not sure what you mean on the flash code. Are you talking about like having a QR code that you can just scan to do things? So the other thing is, so you have the ability to do a couple of different things. You can stay 100% local on your network and connect via Prusa Link. I believe that's what. Like there's Prusa Link and Prusa. So it's Prusa Link. So Prusa Link allows you to stay 100% on your local area network, right? When that printer, when you connect to the printer via your web interface, though, the thing that's kind of a pain in the ass is every single time you connect, or at least every single time I connect with my MacBook using Chrome, because I haven't tried anything else, it requires that you put in your your API token, right? So of course I've got that, took a photo of it on my phone, and I have to keep that so that I can plug that in every time I connect to the printer via the Prusa link connection, right? You have to put in that API token. With Prusa Connect, you are actually connected over the internet to Prusa's cloud software, and it's an encrypted connection. And my understanding is they're not keeping any of your data. It is simply um, a pass-through connection, but it also allows you to upload your files to your printer that way. So you can upload files over Prusa Link as well, using was ESP S01 plugin board, which is probably the same thing I have on here. It's just pre-configured. But through Prusa Link, it stays on your wireless LAN. Prusa Connect, it goes up through their cloud and comes back, and it is stored on the printer itself. So it does get stored on the USB drive on the printer. Speaking of which, this print's finished. I'm going to go ahead and pull this so that I can put it over here and drop that file while I'm talking. But going through Prusa Connect, it is encrypted the whole way. I haven't validated that yet. It says. But you also get a lot more metrics and details. Like Prusa Link, you can really upload a file and you can start a print, either upload and print or upload to storage and then print from storage. And you're really just tracking basic metrics of that print itself. You don't get any real status of the printer as a whole. Well, with doing Prusa Connect, you can get to not just the metrics that are maintained and displayed on the board, but a lot more metrics on print failures and job counts and everything else. So it does provide a lot more detail. But once again, it's, you're going to somebody's cloud server to get that metrics and that capability. And my understanding is you also have the ability to drop that stuff and look at it in Grafana. So yeah, it only takes one to break the encryption, and it doesn't even have to be them breaking your encryption. If they break anybody's encryption and it allows them to get to the server and they can break into that server, now you've got a larger problem because they can then use that to jump off and break into anybody's. Not completely easy, but it's doable. Right. So that's the thing. And I'm not saying I would ever do that. Really, a lot of that Prusa Connect functionality, I think, would come into play more if you are running a print farm. If you're actually doing a print farm and stuff like that, that would be nice. But for what I'm doing, Prusa Link is pretty much the easiest thing to do. So once again, we're just going to flex our plate. It pops off. We'll remove our little purge line, which is a lot smaller as well than the one that they do previously on the Mark III. And this may be a little bit harder to see the layer lines. I'll see if I can get some better pictures of these. But this is still a very, very beautiful print. I can put the backs up against each other. I mean, there's absolutely, it's going to be too hard to tell with my crappy light. But visual inspection, other than the fact that the one that they printed is a lot fatter lines, it's still a beautiful print. It is definitely going on a keychain. Okay, and so this is a trick or something to be aware of. The key fob that came with the Prusa Mini was blank. Both sides of the key fob were blank like that. So you can never really tell which way is front. So you had nothing to tell you which way to put it in. And invariably, every time you try and stick it in, it's the wrong orientation. So for this one, it's got the branded A data on it. You need to be able to read that, and that will go in the side every time. That's the correct orientation. And then once again, we put it in, it's reading that disc, and it's going to say, hey, you want to print the swatch truck, yes or no? And I go, yes. Oh, crap. No, not on the minis. I'll go ahead and click that and say yes. And just like that, boom, we're off from printing a swatch truck. Yeah, it always takes a couple of flips on the mini to try and figure out which way I'm going in. Then I always have to look on, look at the connector, look at the side. Okay. It was more of an angle error sometimes. And I know there's some people complaining because it's like, well, why didn't they put a USB-C or have, use there's some adapters out there that are USB A on one side and C on the other, and you just plug in the micro USB or the micro SD card. But the problem with that is they wear out over time because they're not as beefy or meaty. It's just the plastic housing around the physical connector, and those can snap off. Like I said, this is a pretty good drive. Once again, as it does its solid cell mesh, it's only going to do it in the area where it's going to print, not the whole bed. So that speeds up the amount of, it saves a lot of time between prints if you're doing something small or batching something small. It's heating up fully. It does the standard. It'll heat the bed up to 60 and the hot end up to 170, do the probe, and then it does the rest of the way. Yeah, the standard USB female plug, it's less chance of breaking. And I can't tell you how many people I've heard that are using, I think it's a USB-C or a micro USB connector on, I think it's been some of the Big Tree Tech boards that they've been breaking left and right. And then everybody's like, well, how do I solder this back on? That's why everything I have is running Clipper and has a Raspberry Pi connected to it. And it's either like the BugBoo, which is going over the UART port, transmit receive UART port, or it's plugged in and I just don't unplug it. It just stays plugged in. Yeah, people want to go all USB-C, and it'll be interesting. I think USB-C is going to become a lot more prevalent soon because Europe has mandated, the EU has mandated that all phones will standardize on USB-C. So the question there is, will Apple just come out with a USB-C to Lightning adapter that you'll have to plug in and they'll try and get around it that way? or if they're going to have to switch over to a USB-C connector, or I would say at least for the European Union. But if they do that, it makes no sense for them to run 2 different lines and 2 different models. So that'll pretty much force them to go USB-C for everything, which would be good because at least it'll help standardize connectors. But think about it. I mean, how many of us have, a laser printer or an inkjet printer that's still lying around that still works and is good that we plug into using a USB A to USB B cable, right? Really? I guess I never really looked at it. So they're talking about this jack, not the one that actually goes in the power brick. This jack right here. Yeah, I believe they were talking about this jack here being USB-C, not just the one at the wall. But yeah, to do fast charging on an iPhone, you have to be a USB at the wall with the right brick. But it's still been the Lightning connector. They're talking about USB-C at the device, not the wall. So that'll drive the change and standardize some of the phone stuff there. And that'll get more interesting as they do that. Will that then become prevalent here because then the cables are just easier to get? I don't know. Yeah, that's how I'm thinking they'll skip around that. Is they'll just start providing USB-C to Lightning adapter. Just be like, okay, here, use whatever USB-C cable you want, and we'll just force you to add an adapter or provide the adapter because I think they'll have to provide it with the phone. I'll say this is fairly quiet as far as the movement goes. It's pretty darn quiet. Now, my my 2 Prusa Bears, I've actually switched over to linear rails on the Y, and I've got rails in to do the same thing for my standard Mark III chassis. So I will be switching that one over to linear rails on the Y, just because I think it makes it so much quieter for the Y axis. But this is going to stay stock as it is and roll this way for the longest time. And I am debating seriously about taking this one with me to Murph because Joseph Prusa has a tendency of walking around and signing them at the show. So yeah, because my iPad's USB-C, and I went ahead and got the keyboard that has the magnetic dock for it, and I can plug into the keyboard and it will charge the iPad, and so that also allows me to plug something into the iPad as well. So I've got connection options there, and then on my MacBook, which I use, I still have a Intel based MacBook because it came out with the M1s right after I bought mine, and my work MacBook is the same way. And eventually I'll upgrade to the, I guess it'll be they're on the M2 chips now for the MacBooks, right? I'll probably run this one for another few years and then I'll do an upgrade and get the latest and greatest they have at that time. Because I pretty much go and grab the highest spec that I'm willing to pay for at the time so that it lasts me a good 5, 6, 7 years. I got the keyboard for the iPad just because I tend to use it a lot more. Like I will literally use it and type on it. So um yeah, I'm running I run all Mac for I'll say my daily driver. So I got the Apple Watch, I got the iPhone, I've got the iPad, and I've got a MacBook. For work, I have a MacBook. Um, I couldn't move off of the Lenovo fast enough when they finally gave me the option. And then my wife has been using um, Windows for long. I mean, it's funny because she has an old MacBook. Like, I literally have her old MacBook that I refuse to get rid of because it's the old, thick, chunky plastic case MacBooks. It's like, no, you're not getting rid of that. We'll keep that. That's gonna be worth something down the road to somebody. And if not, I just like it, and it still works. I can plug it in; it still works. It's great. Um, the sliced print time on this, like I said, using all standard settings is 23 minutes. And this, once again, is the zero point 0.2 normal quality. And I didn't even see what their speeds were. Yeah, their 0.2 normal quality is 45 for perimeters, 25 small perimeters, 25 external perimeters, 90 for infill, and solid infill. Top solid infill is 40. Port would be 50, bridges 25, and gap fill is. So if you want, I can also slice it on their like draft settings, and we can see what it does at draft settings and see if it still has the good tolerance and stuff. Because it should print even faster that way. Oh yeah, that old MacBook I can open up and work on it and upgrade it to the capabilities of the motherboard. I had a 2012 MacBook that I gave to my mother-in-law, and sometime in the near future, it's probably going to get upgraded. And when it is, she is not going to trade that in. I'm going to get that back, because that may become a dedicated computer for like the laser and the Shapeoko CNC. Um, because it still works perfectly well. It just can't be upgraded. So I will use that basically as kind of an offline dedicated one for that. Oh yeah, like I said, this is just their standard profile, and that's what I wanted to do is run their standard profile. And let me see if I do their 0.2 speed. Oh wow, yeah, that's 70 for perimeters, 35 for small perimeters, still 40 on external, but infill and solid infill is 200. And then you can go up to their zero point 0.3 draft profile. Yeah, they still tend to keep 40 on the external perimeters for all their profiles. And I think that's just to have a pretty exterior, right? Yeah, it's really they keep the external perimeter at 40. And like I said, I'm pretty sure that's just to ensure that it gets a nice print finish on the outside, and they ramp everything up internal. So that's how they set the profiles. So once again, these are the core profiles that come from the vendor. Um, I have definitely tweaked some over the years, and you can try and. I think those profiles give everybody a great out of box print experience, and then you can always adjust from there. Um, Once you know what you're doing, because once again, a lot of these printers wind up in maker spaces, in schools, in businesses, because they've got great support. And people that, when they build their print farms, you know, there's a couple of people that are building borons for print farms. Those are really expensive, and there's no support. You are your own support in the community. With these, if something breaks, you go right back to Prusa. And if you're stateside, maybe for the Mark IV, not just yet, but in the very near future, printed solid's going to be, have all the spares and parts, and you'll get shipped from, if you're stateside, you'll get spares and replacement shipped from printed solid versus the mothership in Czech that gets here in a few days at, 40, $50 through DHL. Yeah. And, so there's a lot of people that were switching over either on the standard chassis or in a bare frame over to some type of Big Tree Tech SKR or other, or Duet or some other 32-bit board. With this now coming stock with a 32-bit board, I don't know. I still think there may be a market where people will switch over to an SKR just because to put a different firmware on this board, just like the Buddy in the Prusa Mini, you have to break a piece off the board, which voids your software warranty. So I think in order to maintain the warranty, I can see more people pulling this board out, putting a different board in, and then running Clipper and seeing how far they can push it. But I mean, once again, you can change the parameters here. You could probably go in and change some parameters in this firmware through the settings. I don't know. I don't know, if the firmware limits your accelerations, then you can't, of course, go higher in the slicer. You can, but the parent will never go and hit those. So I mean, that'll be an interesting thing to see how that happens. If they wind up just breaking the notch on the board and clipperizing the Prusa board, or if they start popping these out and dropping in, SKR boards or Duet boards and running firmware that way. But it looks like they may have changed the connector styles on these, which would mean you'd either have to do a set of dongles, or not dongles, but a set of short jumper connectors to switch the board, or you'd have to, So on the board here, you'll notice that these connectors are a different type of connector, not a standard JST, which means, the ring terminals over here would be no problem. You could still put those on. The ring terminals you'd have to take off depending on which board you're using. But yeah, you're going to wind up having to change a lot of connectors, try a different board. So if you want to go back to stock, you're going to be doing a lot of changes. So yeah, it'll be interesting. And I mean, they are open source, but open source and open hardware, like I said, you can cut your cables and change connectors. There's nothing stopping you from doing it. It's just how much of a pain is it going to be if you want to go back to stock. And like I said, Prusa support has been great. I have not had to use Prusa support for anything because my printers have just worked. Their documentation and their initial user manuals. The fact that you get a printed user manual and you can sit here and go like this rather than having to flip through a bunch of articles and stuff is phenomenal. And it, as the Mark IV is out there, there's going to be more people that are banging on it and more problems that will be found, of course. But as Nero printed out on his stream, based on the stamp mark, this frame, this injection molded frame, has been out in the wild for a couple of years, which means these printers have been out for a while and been being used. Prusa hasn't shown it, but they are running a few hundred of these, if not more, in their print farm, and they have been for well over a year. So there was a lot of development that went into the background of it. It's using the next extruder, which is also in the XL. So it's been really good. The fact that they kept it under wraps for so long and just popped the announcement on everybody was kind of crazy. The fact that Dave Randolph had to order his own and did not have one was kind of interesting as well. You know? You would have kind of thought that they would have had a few of them at the time to get their people ramped up on it because they're U.S. support, right? If somebody's brakes or is broken on day one, they in their stateside they send it back to printed solid, not the mothership. Could be Chewy. You never know. But yeah, I actually made a post that I was concerned of, like, I ordered on day one that they were announced, and I was seeing people getting ship dates and receiving their printers, and I hadn't even received a ship date yet. So I made a comment of like, yeah, it's going to suck constantly being moved further back in the line as everybody converts their Prusa XL orders, because what they said was anybody that converts their Prusa XL pre-order, excuse me, gets moved to the front of the line based on their original pre-order date. So if a lot of people converted, then a lot of us that ordered on day one of the Mark IV announcement were going to keep getting pushed back. But they were like, yeah, people are either just going out and straight buying the Mark IV and keeping their XL pre-order, or if they wanted to convert their XL, quite a few of them have said that no, they're going to convert when the kits come out because they want to build the kit. Which, yeah, I had no problem with building the kit, but at the same time, I didn't want to wait a couple of months and then potentially have that slip, or order and there's a lot more people going for the kits just because they're a few $100s cheaper. And then you just wind up getting in a longer queue. I don't know. But as several people have said, if you've got a Mark III and it is working for you, is it worth going out and getting a Mark IV? Don't know. And it's got a lot of cool new features on it. And is it a little bit faster? Possibly, it seems to be. Has it got some cool newness? It's going to allow them to extend this printer even further. Yes, that's going to be the kicker, and that's why I think a lot of people, at most on their Mark IIIs, may just get the electronics upgrade because that opens more upgrade paths. I think the next extruder is going to be great. I think the electronics moving out from an 8-bit INC board, I mean, really, it is amazing what they have been able to eke out of the INC board over the life of the Mark III printer series. And I'm really not sure how much more they're going to be able to eke out of it. Where with the with the new 32-bit system opens up more memory, which will allow them to include more things in the firmware. But the thing with the 64-bit printer board, Chewy, is we're not even pushing a 32-bit printer board. And with Flipper, which a lot of us are running now, there's no need for a 64-bit controller board. If anything, that's why a lot of people are trying to push for the Pi 4, because they can run the Pi 4 at 64-bit, and there's more things that they can do with the Pi 4 to try and run it faster, because the host is doing the computation, not the controller board. And really, for what an i3 printer is doing, it doesn't have the same computational backend needs as a Delta or a Core XY. And I know everybody's on the Core XY, get rid of the bed flapper train, but then why do they keep putting out bed flappers? I mean, they're still continuing to put, the Sobel SV06 just came out. It's it's a Mark III style Pro. Well, then they came out with the Plus, which is a larger size. Got the whole CR series, which is a larger size bed flingers. The Neptunes and everybody else. It's because they still work. For the industrial printers, yes, that may be a need, but I don't see us in the home market really needing a 64-bit board. If anything, we'll get it just because they get tired of trying to manufacture different types of boards. But I mean, even now, you're starting to see the issue where Good Tree Tech, their U2Cs, their EBB3s, all of their controller boards are coming out with 2 and 3 different types of STEM32 chips, because they're just trying to use whichever one they can get their hands on. And Clipper's having to adjust because the market isn't getting the best. So we did this on the 0.2 normal setting. I just switched over to the 0.3 draft setting. Let me see if I slice this. This gets it down from 23 minutes to 16 minutes. So let me slice that. And we'll drop that over onto the board. And we'll do a compare and contrast between those prints, Zombie. And we'll see, if we get the same tolerance levels at the higher speeds and whatnot. Yeah, well, and I don't even want to say this, bottom of the box, it's just what's available. The reason they're switching chips isn't because they're just trying to drive to the lowest cost. It's the fact that the version of the chip isn't available in quantity. And they keep trying to grab whatever other STEM32 based chip they can grab and adjust the boards as needed, right? Because once again, they're building for scale, they're going for quantity, so they're buying huge lots of parts, and they're running through them pretty quickly. But it's just, how quick or what vendor can get all of the parts at in quantity? It's an overall scaling. It's going to pop the plate off so they pull off. Watch truck released nicely. And I do want to say after this next swatch truck, I think I am going to, I don't know if you guys can hear this. 0.3, moves rather easily. 0.2, rather easily. 0.1, oh. 0.1's not moving. There might have been one spot. 0.1's back wheel here. Might be able to see one spot right up here where it looks like it might have fused. I've gotten a little bit of squish. Let me see if I can break it. Break the wheel loose. Not. Oh, I think I just did it. Nope, thought I had it. But... There we go. It is loose. The back wheel, 0.1, it is now loose. So we did, Zombie, we got all three. We got all three at the 0.2 normal. Beautiful layer lines. I will put pictures of these up. It did look like it fused in one spot around the wheel, but I was able to break it loose. So we've got all three of them are good tolerance. So now I'm going to slice it at a 0.3 on their, what do they call that? The 0.3 layer height draft speed. Once again, I like that is the size of a purge line, not doing like a huge long purge line. I will tell you on the, it makes sense on an MMU print that they do a short length, come back, and then they do a full length and back purge line. And they're doing that just to make sure that, say, on my Midwest Rep Wrap prints, it finishes with red, right? First layer is black. So there's a reason for doing that on an MMU print is it's trying to still purge whatever color was left in the back. So yeah. All three are freed. So the 3 and the 2 were free and rattling off the bat, popping it off the plate. The one at one point of the print, I don't know if you can see right there. It was a little tight up here in the top left corner, and I had to work on it, but that one popped free, so it's now moving. And yeah, the top is beautiful. All right, Chew, I'm gonna have to do the same thing. I'm gonna have to atone for my sins of this new printer and take her out and have lunch and do some other stuff. This top layer is beautiful, and like I said, I'm gonna run it with the 0.3 layer draft settings, which drops it from 23 minutes to 16 minutes, and see if I can get anything off of it. And once again, this is the second print off the printer. I haven't done anything other than load the filament and say go. All right, cool, Chewy. Have a good one. Thanks for hanging out for as long as you did, man. Okay, and I just saw, okay, Western One, you're lurking. I was about to shout out to you. But yeah, remember a couple of streams back, we worked on repairing Western One's Prusa Mini, Prusa Mini Plus, and that one, has worked. It is sitting right over there with a Western One duck on it that was printed on that printer. So, yeah, we are still trying to work and coordinate on getting that back to her. But it's going to happen one day soon. All right, thanks for lurking, zombie. Take care, and I'm sure I'll see you on the Twitch streams one of these nights. She streams just about every night. Kind of excited. I really wanted to look at this and kind of compare and contrast it against my Mark IIIs that I have running over here. And like I said, I know the quality that's coming off my Mark IIIs with my MMU, because like I said, that's the satin sheet right there. That is just got a beautiful slight texture to it, almost like a whetstone coaster. Uh, just ever slightly bit of texture to it. And then once again, you can see the texture of the top for the layer lines. Really, really uniform. So this is printing still extremely well right now. And that's where I want, hey, Ian Douglas, how's it going? Oh, wow. Hey, Evil Diesel, thanks for joining. So yeah, it is printing awesome. So this is the one that came stuck to the bed. And you'll see here, I can get my hand behind it so focus. They use some fat, chunky layer lines. Focus. Focus. Anyhow, they use some very chunky, fat layer lines on this. When I printed the same, what should be the same file, apparently they have this in a draft mode or a 0.3 layer height and or 0.3 and 1 and a 0.2, because the layer lines on this came out beautiful. It is just phenomenal print as expected right off of the Prusa. And then we had to pay homage to Zombie Hedgehog and run his Swatch truck, because not only is it a good small quick print, at a 0.2 normal Mark IV setting, this is a 23-minute print, and you can see the top textures and layer line. All the details there. Back layer lines are beautiful. I'll try and get some better pictures of these. This camera's not the best. And the 0.3 and 0.2 tolerance test were making noise, floppy, clicky, clicky right off the bed. The 0.1, I had to work just a little bit. It was stuck in one corner piece up here. where it was a little bit tight, but I was able to work it loose. So I got all three working. Now we're doing another one at a 0.3 draft profile. And it drops it down to a 16-minute print. Oh, hey, what's everyone? Glad to see you back. And I'm curious to see if the tolerance is still just as good on this one. Now, once again, the outer shells, the outer perimeter speed is still 40 millimeters per second. So they keep the outer perimeter speed the same, and that's to ensure, still the best, nice quality on the exterior of the print, but it ramps up everything internal to the print. So all the infills are at 200 and so forth. So, and this is without the input shaping. So all the Mark IVs that are shipping do not have the input shaping by default. They're still testing and tweaking the input shaping on all the Mark IVs. It's in their factory print farm. And I believe what they're going to do is drop a firmware update for the printer. And when they do that, somewhere down the road, it will include a pre-made input shaper configuration for these. And so that'll work for, I'll say, 98% of the people that have them out there. And some of us, crazy nuts will want to get an ADXL because there is a ADXL port on the board, and they just have to provide us a way of jacking in, running it, and then getting it, because they don't even have an option on the menu right now to do that. Yes, this is right out of the box. I haven't touched anything. It came out of the box with the test print on the bed and a little bit of filament. They just clipped it right off the top. And the thing is that little bit of filament is there for a reason, because when you turn the printer on, it runs through its self-tests, and then it says, hey, I need to test the filament runout sensor. And if you read it, it'll actually unload the filament that's in it, and then you stick it back in, and it trips the sensor and says, okay, I'm good, I'm calibrated. And then you can take it out, put on the spool that came with your printer, and start printing. And all of these right now are still coming with just the Galaxy Black PLA. Somewhere down the road, I am sure they may start giving you an option of picking a color with it, or you can just add a bunch of colors to your order, because that way it'll reduce the overall shipping costs. The actual Mark 52 print bed is the same. The front extrusions are the same. I think one of the extrusions may be a little bit different because the side pillars of the frame are a little bit thicker. So one of the extrusions on one side or the other is probably three millimeters short to make up for the added thickness. The Z-axis is using 10 millimeter rods, where the X and Y appear to still be running 8 millimeter rods. Yeah, all the motors on here are 0.9 versus the 1.8 motors that are standard on the 1.3. The screen is touch capable, but it's not touch enabled at the moment. So you're still doing the clicky wheel, which is fine. You do see we've got the underlighting going down here, so we got a little bit of Pimp My Ride built in. You do have the ability to go into the settings and change the color based on what it's doing. It uses a load cell on the nozzle for your probing. So you no longer have the pin to probe. It literally touches the nozzle to the bed. The nice thing about that is it doesn't matter. You don't have to have separate profiles for the beds now. So I can take this bed off, grab the satin sheet off of my other printer, stick it on, and it's still going to have a perfect first layer because it's literally touching the bed to do its sensing. And then I can pull that off and put a textured sheet on there, and it'll still be perfect first layer based on the textured sheet because it's doing the probing off of the sheet. The other nice thing is it only probes the part of the bed that is going to print on. So rather than going through and probing the entire bed and then just printing the swatch truck in the middle, it only probes like 3 to 6 places on the bed to do the swatch truck. Rather than doing a purge line in the front and then having to wait to move to the print area, the purge is now right in front of the print. And it's a smaller purge line. So there's a few things that they did that speeds up the actual print cycle time to make it a little bit better. Now the printed sheets, because this came with the Mark IV kit, it says original Prusa Mark IV. Doesn't matter. I can take an old Mark III sheet and throw it on here because it's the same exact heated bed, same exact magnets and everything. The difference is the Y carriage is now different because rather than being a cut piece of aluminum, it is now an injection molded piece of aluminum. So the power supply is the same exact Delta power supply that's on the Mark III Plus. The electronics enclosure is now metal, and you can roll back in the stream some, or you can view a lot of other people, but Nero made a comment about this. There are indents on the back side of this box. So you have 3 drivers right here, and there's a 4th driver down here on the board, and there's indents in the box so that the driver boards actually contact the physical electronics box, and the electronics box is now being a big heat sink for those drivers. So it's very much a form and function type setup. I didn't put it on yet, but I did put it all together. This is a filament guide, and we all know with a printed filament guide, if you don't have something like these are PTFE inserts, the filament over time will gouge into the filament guide and then become, hey, Silverback Creations, and then become a friction point that can cause you extrusion problems. So Prusa added in some PTFE tube, and you just have a simple, I think it was like a 10 or 12 millimeter M3 screw and nut, do a compression fit on it so that they stay in place. And then this will just mount once again with a screw and nut to clamp on to the base of the filament holder, and you'll be able to run your filaments down through there. It is, sir. It is. So this arrived Thursday, and I have been chomping at the bit. I actually have my first shoulder pick when it arrived as I took it off the DHL truck. And I just never posted it because I wanted it to be a surprise today. Because today we were finishing up the BugBoo 2010 build. So if you go back and review the live stream, or if you watch it on YouTube after I post it there after this, you'll see on the stream that it started off as the BugBoo 210 review. And I'm still tuning the BugBoo. Since the last time you saw it, the BugBoo got a Dragon Ultra High Flow hot end added to it. And my first print, which was also in a was this the Sparkle Black by Prusa. It came out, looks pretty good. We got some nice good sharp edges on the front. The back, not so sharp. It kind of rounded off. This is before I started doing any input shaping, any tuning whatsoever. So then I did some input shaping tuning, and also switched over to gray because I know that'll be easier to see. You'll start seeing some sagging on this edge. and that is from cooling or lack thereof. You'll also see the back, lack thereof of cooling as well. Okay. So then what I do, well, I cranked up the speed because we all know faster, it should have more airflow, right? Because it's going faster. Now I'm getting sagging on both front edges, and the back just looks like crap. So I'm going to start cranking this back down. It was more or less, could the hot end keep up? And yes, the hot end can definitely keep up with running fast. I just need to really tune it for fast. Excuse me, guys. Sorry about that. But I'm actually going to ratchet it back because going so fast, it really starts rocking. It is a little top heavy. So I'm just going to dial up back the speeds back to some level of sanity because, yeah, this was being printed at 3,500 acceleration and 250 millimeter speed. At I had the max flow rate set at 20 cubic millimeters, and the hot end was fine. It's not the hot end issue; it's a cooling issue. Running a single Winsen 5015, it just can't keep cooling. So yeah, the Mark IV was cruising, and like I said, this print was we just switched it over to the 3mm draft speed. We just heard it pop, comes right off. Going to pull our small purge line, this back on there. We're starting to see a little bit of fingerprints on there. I'm not going to worry too much about it. I just love that the purge is so minimal now. And if you notice, there's no skirt in the profile because the skirt was there on the Mark III to allow you to have the ability to really validate your squish and make sure you had enough squish for a good first layer, right? Yes, and on the BugBoo, I did do a serial number request. So the BugBoo is serial number 4. So it's already serialized. And I can tell, not sure if you can hear that, that's the looseness. So the 0.3 is moving. 0.2 had just a slight, I just had to apply a tad bit of pressure. 0.1, I'll look here and see if I can get some lighting on it. If you can see, just this very tip top edge right here, looks like it may have fused some. Now that's what the 0.2 layer height looked like. It's just that one little bit where it was tight. So I'm going to see, and it just broke free. So this is now moving, and I will move it and show you the front so you can see that I did physically move it, that the number is now moved 90 degrees to the truck. So even at 0.3, this is working good. And once again, this was at 0.3, so you should hopefully be able to see some layer lines on here. If I can get the angle right. Beautiful layer lines, beautiful first layer, and top comes out just gorgeous. Yeah, so this is fully working. I will tell you that I do have a desire to get the MMU3 if I am not divorced or 6 feet under by the time the 3 comes out, or the MMU3 is out, I will order an MMU3 so I can try and compare and contrast that against the results I'm getting on the Mark III and the MMU 2S, which I will tell you the biggest issues I have had with the MMU 2S that's running on Purple Haze back here has nothing to do with the actual MMU. I didn't run prints on it for like 4 or 5 days, and then I started running another batch of these prints. And my biggest issue, the filament in the buffer snapped. So the issue is it stops because it detects a filament run out at the MMU, and it requires me to go and fix the filament. So it's literally, I just unplug the tube, pull the filament out, plug the tube back in, pull the or clip the end and route the filament back in up to the MMU, and boom, it loads and starts up again. So the issue I have has not been with the MMU. After I got the length tuned between the MMU and the tool head, I've had no issues other than filament breaks. And really the reason that I'm dealing with the filament breaks is more of I'm like sitting at 40, anywhere from 40 to 50% humidity in the room. So just leaving the filament out, it's getting brittle. I mean, it's PLA. And so yeah, there's been nothing wrong with it. Link is prepared for search and rescue. I appreciate that, Evil Diesel. That is great. That is great. But yeah, I'm sort of excited right now because what I'm going to do is, well, we're going to go back to the home. We're going to come back over here to the print menu. So actually, well, I don't have a really good setup to really get into the menus here. So I'll let you look at some other people's videos on the Mark IV. But I will tell you that I am dying. I really need to see what the Robo Alpaca looks like. But I'm going to do the 13-hour print that everybody else has been doing because it's cool and I want it on my shelf. It's such an awesome print. I'm going to print the rocket engine. And with that, we will get that started. Folks, I have been streaming for going on 4 hours now. I think it's about time that I get offline and I go down and check in on my spouse. I did bring her donuts, coffee this morning when I got my coffee. I'm gonna go check in on her and see if she wants to go get some lunch on this dreary, wet, cold day. It's been raining since yesterday, and it's 47 degrees outside, so it's been crappy considering that Thursday it was 85 degrees out. Yes, sorry. Silverback, please. I know you're following me. Please make sure that you've got the notify button and preferably follow me on Twitter as well. On Digital Dragon 72 on Twitter as well. Because I try and post before I go live every time so that people know I'm getting ready to go live. And then that way, oops, guess if I start. So that way you'll get notified when I'm getting ready to go live again. But yes, I do keep these. I will publish the stream on Twitch and I will export the stream to YouTube. So whichever platform you want to view it on and whichever platform's easier for you, you'll be able to see the stream. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. I'll say I was up until about 2 last night as well, partly because I was trying to tweak and do some input shaping stuff manually on the and some pressure advanced tuning on the BugBoo prior to today's stream, and also because I was just excited because I knew about the surprise. Evil Diesel know about the surprise. But that's because he has to be on search and rescue in case I wind up 6 feet under and he can't hear from me for a couple of days. Basically, that means I ordered the printer and didn't. She's going to kill me with the number of printers that I keep building. And that is why, once again, for those of you, I am going to Rocky Mountain Rep Fest in a couple of weekends. So I will stream next weekend. Next weekend maybe switch to Sunday. My hunting mentoring group is on Saturday. So I will most likely switch it to Sunday and stream. And then the following weekend is Rocky Mountain Rep Fest, and I will be traveling out to Loveland, Colorado for that. I do not believe I will be able to do any type of stream from the show just because noise and internet capability. I will probably try and take some videos while I'm out there from the show, as most content creators will. But I will be flying in, so I won't be taking much, just a few prints to show and give out. For Murph in Goshen, Indiana, which is the end of June, I can't remember the dates right off the top of my head, I will be bringing some printers to show off. This Mark IV will probably be there and be one of them because Joseph Prusa tends to walk around the shows with a pen and sign printers just randomly throughout the show. We may see if I get a random signature while I'm out there. But Evil Diesel will be traveling with me, and I plan on taking like the Rook and the BugBoo, probably the Mark IV, and maybe something else. Who knows? I will take printers with me, and a couple of them may find new homes. So if you're there at Murph, you may have the chance to win one of these in a raffle, because I will sell raffle tickets, and we will give out one or two of these printers to make room for one, to give some people some good printers that I know will be functioning and working, and two, to make room in the Dragon Lair here for some more content and some more opportunities down the road. And yeah, some more room for the casket. Somebody's got to pay for the casket, so maybe you'll be paying for my casket. Who knows? But yeah, that is the plan. That is the plan. And I have looked. This is not a skirt. I believe this is a part of the brim that is going down. From everything that I've seen, it's got a thick brim base because it's such a tall print. This is, I believe, sized for a darn near full height print. So you'll print my casket out of all my stock. You just come over. I'm sure you'll be granted first rights of refusal for any of the printers and or print materials. I will make sure that that's in my will when I update my will. I will tell her that if she decides that that's what the case may be, then I have to be able to update my will first. Yep. And me and Evil Diesel are talking about going to Murph as well as going to Earth. So I believe it's at the end of September, beginning of October time frame for Earth. They have announced the dates, and they have announced they're starting to get their sponsors lined up. So I will be going to all three this year. That's my intent. Earth is the only one that I'm like at the 90% point right now, but I'm pretty sure we will be going to Earth as well. We just need to figure out lodging and stuff for that ahead of time. Awesome, Evil Diesel. See? Right there. I've got Goshen covered because my son lives there, and we'll go and we'll crash for the weekend at his place, and we'll head in from there. And then for East Coast, he's got a hook up there. And then for Rocky Mountain, my wife's from that area, so I'll be staying with some in-laws and going and seeing my two boys ahead of the show because they live down in Colorado Springs. So I'll go see my boys and for a couple of my boys and a couple of old coworkers down there for Rocky Mountain. So yeah, we're all good. Like I said, this is chunking and churning away. So I will say this is a 13-hour print. So by tomorrow, there will be pictures of this printed, and we will be on to printing a bunch of things. But content coming up in the near future. I need to do some work on. That's kind of in the way, but I need to do some work on the D-bot. The bed is still a little floppy, so this may be going to a triple lead screw setup in the very near future. I need to rebuild the baby belt with the latest version of the parts. So I'll just run off new printer parts. Hey, maybe right on the Mark IV, I'll print off the new printer parts, even though I have a set of new printer parts off the 0G. I may run another set of printer parts, and maybe Eagle Diesel will have a baby belt in the makings. And then the Tivo Tarantula, the one that got me started. Let me move my computer stuff on. So Tivo Tarantula down here needs to get revitalized, and that one is near and dear to my heart because it got me not only started in 3D printing. Yes, you did hear a baby belt, John Strand. I have had one since before Murph last year. I have had it moving and working, but there were lots of upgrades that came out, and I haven't dug it back out and worked on it. But I will be working on it. I will be converting it from a power, the external 12-volt power brick or a power supply to a 24-volt power brick like I use on the Rook. And similar to like what you got on the Prusa Mini. So I'll be using one of those. But the Tivo Tarantula will come out, but because that's what got me into 3D printing. One is what got me into modding printers as well, because I have a full set of aluminum gantry not gantry parts, but aluminum XY joints and extruder mounts and stuff for it. That's where I really started playing around and doing printer mods. I will tell you the Mark IV will not be modded at all. Or at least that's my intent right now, is I will not mod it. It will, at the very least, stay just like it is as a Prusa designed printer for, I will say, at least a year. It will get the MMU3, that type of ad, but it will not be changed. Like I'm not going to do a bear mod or anything like that on it because I really want to see how this thing works. And I really love that this should be a print and click and just go, just print. Yep. And now that I have my resin printer, I can actually print the worm screw myself. So I should be able to have everything. So John, my Prusa corner over here, which I've got a Prusa Mark III down here at the bottom that was self-sourced. Then I've got a Prusa Mark III Bear 2.1 frame that's got linear rails on the Y now, and it's got the Bear Exa with a Revo. The Prusa Mark III over there in the bottom corner, the main mod to it is a Bondtech extruder. Then this Prusa Mark III is one that I got off of Lisa Harshberger, and she was having problems with it. I took it off her hands, and it's fully printed ABS parts. It's also running a Bear Exa with a Revo nozzle, and it's got an MMU 2S that came from a bicep kit and a filament buffer similar to the RMU. And at one point, both of the bears were running SKR boards, and I kept having some weirdness, and I said, "The hell with it," and bought INC boards, and they went back to INCs. So, yeah, other than the fact that those are bears, bare frames, and they're both running linear rails, and I have linear rails to migrate the Prusa Mark III in the corner to linear rails for the Y. And really, it's because I think they run a little bit quieter on the Y-axis. I don't have as many issues with bearings getting loose and starting to rattle over time and print. Yeah, it's like upgrading Lambos. Yeah, you really don't do that. But yeah, on Ender 3, the other thing I need to do on my Ender 3 is, some of you have guessed it, some of you have seen it and been able to guess it, but I am in a beta for, this is a trad rack. Okay, so this is the, here, let me switch cameras, make it easier. Yeah. So this is a Annex Engineering trad rack. It is currently set up with 11 lanes, and I have room. I'm going to add one more lane down here to make it a full 12 lane. I want to say this is a 250 millimeter extrusion. It does use a linear rail and a chunkier high speed motor for the gear, and a standard LDO motor, NEMA 17 for the selector. Uses a servo to lift this motor up and down. Each one of these lanes is a printed lane with a pushed in ECAS and a 623 bearing and an M8 or M3 8 millimeter or 10 millimeter screw that holds it in place. So one set of Bondtech gears. I currently have lost a M3 nut, but this is an ERCFA Easy board, and I should be getting 2 more boards in, because in order to run this, I would have to run a USB-A to USB-C cable as well as power to it. And the 2 boards I have coming in on the long trip from China were CAN boards. So I think I'm going to switch this out for a CAN board. You know, no problem getting the config dropped over to it. Should be the same config. It's just going to be a CAN connection, so it'll be a 4-wire connection. I'll build that cable, get it plugged in, and I just need to figure out a mount to mount this on the Ender, and I'll be running this on the Ender 3 to test it out. I can show it, and I can talk about it, but I can't give any of the files out, and I can't give any of the G code or Python code out yet. But that's something else that I have running in the background. And my understanding is I think they just opened wave 4 or sent the invites out for wave 4 of the beta. So if you want to get in on that beta, go out to Annex Engineering's website. And I believe there was a link out there where you can try and join the beta. If not, you can definitely do it on their Discord server. So with that, guys, like I said, this is chunking away. My other person is chunking away. And I'm going to go ahead and call it a stream. Like I said, we hit the 4-hour mark, and I need to try and go and get some food. So thank you all for coming and joining in. For those that came in late and you want to see the final review of the BugBoo, please double check the stream. Hey, Evil Diesel, I will ping you in a couple of minutes. Like I said, we're probably going to run out and grab something to eat. So if you guys want to join us, let me know. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead and push over here real fast and see who is online and who may be out there. See who we can jump over and join. And oof, we are slim pickings. So I've got Chris Perillo, who we tried to join out before. I've got Boxing, MakerDeck, and Charity Makers. The ones that I have that I'm currently following that are streaming. So does anybody else have anybody that you are following that would be a good person to raid out into? Definitely doesn't have to be a 3D print stream. It can be anything or anybody. I just want to make sure that we raid out to somebody. You see Chris Perillo does have somebody on, so he is talking to. Chris Perillo is not at his desk, but there is somebody else on his screen. Yeah, I get that. You know what? Let's go ahead and raid out into oh, is Moko? It's Moko made, right? History. If you can, go ahead and drop their whole thing. So I'll jump over because I don't. For whatever reason, I know about Moko made, but I've never clicked on follow. So if you can tell me what their full Twitch handle is, I can definitely set up to go over to that crazy sibling group. It is Moko. Okay, cool. So I've got that put in the system here. Like I said, we're going to go ahead and raid out into Moko Made. For those of you that are still sticking with me, thank you so much for being on for so long and not only getting to see the end of the BugBoo build and a review and a couple of prints off the printer, but also see this cool new printer that just joined the hive that I'm going to be in trouble for. But thanks again for joining. I will take some decent pictures of these. I can't really take pictures on the black, so I need to get something on here so that I can take some good pictures of these first set of prints that came off of it. And I will definitely post a picture of this once it's done. But thank you so much for joining me. Let's go over and check out Moko Made and, be cool. Let's go over and raid out together. Give them some follows, give them some hype. And if you like what you see out there and you're not already following them, give them a follow. Give them a try for a couple of streams. And if you like them, then subscribe. If not, thanks for at least trying them out and helping to grow the community some. So with that, just went ahead and kicked off the raid that's been created. So thank you all for being here, and we'll see you again on Tuesday night. Bye now.